What's going on, everybody? Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, wherever you might be in the world. It's 2024, and I'm finally doing my first live stream of the year. And what was it? It was a couple of weeks ago, I was able to publish my first video for the year. Now, just like before, do me a favor and let me know if you can hear me okay. Does the audio sound legible enough, or do I need to turn something up? Am I too loud? Just let me know in the chats if you will. I would really appreciate that. While I get other things set up here. Fantastic. What is going on, Wayne? This is one of my local buddies that I play pool with. Good to see you here. And everything sounds good, so fantastic. And of course, I always got to make sure if anybody's watching me on Facebook that I give them a good highlight. Dean, so much. Thanks for being here. All right, this is awesome. Well, man, it's been a while since I've done this type of live stream. I had to go back in my history and see that the last time I reviewed any of my APA matches was when I was playing Double Jeopardy 9-ball against a skill level 9 that actually beat the crap out of me. And I haven't done one since. And so when I was looking through all of the recordings that I had and saw that I have quite a bit from last session in 2023. So that's why tonight I'm hoping that I'm going to get through at least 4 of them, because I have a total of 8 from 2023. So this is potentially going to be a very long live stream. Hopefully not too terribly long, but you know, I want to get this stuff caught up. I want to get into some of the 2024 matches and so on and so forth. So before we get started, though, let's make sure that I give a shout out to my sponsors here. We will start with JFlowers Cues, since they are on the list here. I am now officially sponsored, or I've been officially sponsored with JFlowers now for quite a bit. I use their cues now, and I don't have a discount code with them anymore, but I do now have a referral code, because a lot of times I get customers that will contact me and want to know or want to make sure that I receive credit for them buying a JFlowers product, a cue, a case, or something of the sorts. And so that's why I have the referral code now. So that way JFlowers knows that the sale purchase that is happening is because of me. I don't know if I'll ever be able to reactivate my discount code. There might be like special occasions where I might be able to have it reactivated for like a couple of weeks or so, but it's really just going to depend. I don't really have any types of guarantees for that. But the one thing I can say is that, you know, for when it comes to having carbon fiber shafts on cues, they are at least one of the most, if not the most affordable cues that are out there. Those that know me in person, that have seen me shoot with my cues, or even the cue that I use in my garage when I'm playing straight pull, they're well worth their bang for the buck, especially in comparison to the competitors that are out there. Certainly not going to sit there and say one is better than the other. Y'all know that I don't operate like that, because when we go all the way back to the beginning of YouTube, you know, I started with a Sean cue, eventually switched over to a Viking cue, and then eventually switched over to Predator, and then now here I am with JFlowers. So I've got at least an abundance of experience with different types of cues, and I love all of my cues. I can't sit there and try to say that one is better than the other. So if you check out the description down below, you will see the referral code that I'm talking about. You click on that link, and then that way when you go shop on their website, any purchase that you get from there after clicking on my referral link gives me credit towards the purchase. So would appreciate that if you do decide to get it. And as you can see here, I am not the only person that likes to use JFlowers Cues, since Nate Plays Pool has the breaker. He even had a video review where he was using the breaker and smashing the brakes, I think, at like 25 miles an hour with little to no effort. So, Sensei Nate, good to see you here, bud. Okay, let's see here. We also got, oh, well, there's the next one. The ICA training system. I'm hoping to do some more videos with the ICA training system, demonstrating the features that are available and how I actually use it for my own training and how I use it to help train others that come over to my house from time to time. It is a projection system that allows you to project diagrams, grids, pool ball locations, draw lines, polygons all over your pool table. So that way you can basically do set up different types of drills, execute, and it's definitely a saver than having to put a bunch of reinforcement labels down on the table and then eventually have to pick them all up. Because when you say you break a rack and balls go everywhere, and you actually like the layout that you have there, you can obviously, of course, pick up every ball and put down a reinforcement label, so that way you can attempt to run the layout again by setting everything back up. Or if you have the ICA training system, you can have the ICA training system project where all locations of all the balls. And so when all the balls are gone, you just bring them all back up and then set them all back up. And the best part about it is you can save that layout for later. That's one of the best parts. That's going to be one of the main features that I hope to demonstrate here soon about the ICA training system. I don't really like to say that I have a discount code with them, but I do have a sales code, because when I think of discount code, I kind of think of like a percentage off. Like typically you'll hear me say something like you'll get 10% off of your purchase. But if you go to the website, the ICA for ICA training system, if you use my sales code LC, that'll get you $50, a flat $50 off of the system. The system does not come with a projector. You still have to buy a projector. The system comes with a Raspberry Pi with the software loaded on it. You have USB cables, HDMI cables, so that way you can plug into the projector, and a wireless keyboard and mouse that plug in for the Raspberry Pi. So if you think you might be interested in something like that to have at if you have a home table setup, a while ago I actually did a giveaway for the ICA training system. And it was actually one of my locals that won it, and he's been loving it, and he's been using it for his trainings. We also got Onboard Sportswear. You can see some of my jerseys back there that I now have as a backdrop here. They are the company that makes the jerseys for the Mosconi Cup. But not only do they make them for the Mosconi Cup, they can make them for yourselves. So if you happen to be, an inspiring pool player, or if you're on a league team, and you want your team to have some really nice shirts or jerseys or pullovers or anything of the sorts, check out their website, onboardsportswear.com or onboardsportswear.us if you live here in the United States, and you use my discount code LilChris10, that will get you 10% off of your purchase. We can see TaomBilliards here. I use their gloves. I use their chalk. I use their tips. I don't have a discount code with them anymore, or that's active, but I still widely use their products, and I do suggest to others that use their products, especially the chalk, because it's just so clean. It doesn't leave any residue on the ball, on the cue ball, unless of course you miscue. Every chalk does that, and it keeps your hand nice and clean, or hands nice and clean as well. And I think I saw Moonlighting Billiards. They are the company that makes the template cutouts for you to be able to set up balls in a straight line. They have what's called their drill partner, so that way you can set up to 9 balls equally spaced in a straight line anywhere on your table to perform a 9-ball line drill. And then they have their road edition, which is the drill partner cut into 3. So that way you'll have 3 templates that can store up to 3 balls evenly spaced that you can put anywhere on the table. And they also have curved templates, and each of the curved templates can hold up to 2 balls, to where you can create a 6-ball semicircle. And of course, if you flip it around and continue going, you can have a 12-ball circular drill. Check out their website, moonlightingbilliards.com. You can use my discount code LilChris10 to get 10% off your purchase. And then last but not least, Outsville. You can see some of the Accu-Racks that are also behind me here. You can't see the 9-ball ones because I have to tilt the camera, but I have the 9-ball, 10-ball, and then 8-ball right here. They are the makers of Accu-Racks. They actually have their own style of tips. They have their own style of chalks. On my table in my garage, I actually use what's called the Ghost Rack. And that is just basically having the holes of the Accu-Rack as stickers down on the table, so that way I can place the balls in without actually having to use a rack, and all the balls will be frozen together. These template racks here guarantee that you will have the perfect rack where all the balls will be touching, so that way you can get a consistent spread on any of your breaks. If you happen to get the 8-ball template, the 8-ball template supports an 8-ball rack, 9-ball rack, or a 10-ball rack, but then they also have the specialty racks for 10-ball themselves and even 9-ball. Check out their website, outsville.com. The discount code there is Lil Chris, LIL''space CHRIS. You have to use it that way, because if you don't put the space in there, then the discount code won't even work. But use that discount code, you'll get 10% off of your purchase. Okay, I think that's it. I still keep telling myself that I eventually just need to make like a video that I can just play, and that I'll just run through all of the sponsors. And anytime I get a new sponsor, or eventually the sponsorship expires with whatever, and I just edit the video and either take out a sponsor or add another sponsor and just hit play. But I barely have time to do this stuff anymore, so I don't know when I'm going to be able to do any of that. All right. So, like I said, we are here today to review some more of my APA matches. This is coming from the Double Jeopardy League that I play in. And so you actually get to see me play both 8-ball and 9-ball. Now, typically, I would like to only review 2 matches, but since I have so many queued up, I'm just going to try to knock out 4 of them today. There'll be 2 8-ball matches and 2 9-ball matches. And the reason why I do this stuff, for anybody that's new to the channel, is I like to be able to show people how I try to play in a live environment, in a competitive environment, versus what you might see in any of my recorded videos where I can make myself look like a professional. While we watch these matches, I do try to break down my thought process as to what it is that I'm trying to do. And then at the same time, I try to commentate what I think my opponent is going to attempt to do. And then sometimes I actually can have some dialogues here where I can include the viewers here as to what do they think should be done by myself or by my opponent. The other thing is that I also show matches where I could potentially where I could lose, because I think that's also beneficial as well. It's one thing for me to be able to review a match of mine where I win and still try to figure out things that I could have done better to where I can quote unquote win quicker. But then if I lose a match, then I really should try to digest or figure out what is causing me to lose besides missing. Right? I always try to do a deep dive on my mistakes and go, well, I just overcut the ball. Well, why did I overcut the ball, or why did I undercut the ball? And really try to figure out what could I actually do to improve my game besides just doing some sort of brute force practicing. So the idea of these types of reviews are not only to help myself out, but of course, to help you guys and gals out if you happen to be experiencing the same types of issues that I might be experiencing or my opponents might be experiencing. So I think with that in mind, let's go ahead and check out the first match. Here we go. Okay, the scoreboard here is wrong. So let me go ahead and update that real quick. I need to check the equalizer here. Okay. In this matchup here, we're going to look at 9-ball first. And my opponent that I'm playing up against is a skill level 7, while I'm a skill level 9. So this is going to be a race to my 75 to their 55. I'm basically spotting them 20 points. Anybody that's not familiar with the APA format, especially when it comes to playing 9-ball, it is not your traditional style of 9-ball where the 9-ball basically wins you the rack. In the APA format, for 9-ball, every ball is worth a point, and then the 9-ball is worth 2 points. So therefore, after every rack, the scores should add up to some sort of denomination of 10. Now, if you look at the scoreboard, down below here, you can see something that basically says dead balls. And what that means is that if a ball gets pocketed and you scratch, that is a point that nobody gets. So hence it would be a dead ball. So between my opponent's score, my score, and the number of dead balls after every rack, like I said, they should be, it should add up to some denomination of 10. Now, I am notorious for getting these scores wrong. So y'all are gonna have to help me as to keeping them straight to make sure that it's going to be equal as we go along. And then you can see that I do have pool balls on the screen here that I can disappear and make reappear. I will try my best to keep that going for as long as I can. But then at some point in time, I might just give up. It'll just really depend. So what we're about to see here first is we're going to do what's called the lag. We're going to be shooting. I'm shooting the 1 ball. My opponent's shooting the 3 ball. We send our ball to the foot rail and try to get as close as we can to the head rail. And whoever is the closest is the one that ends up breaking first. So let's see who's going to break first. For anybody wondering about the table size, these are played on 7-foot tables. It looks like I might have won the lag. So I'll get to break first. Go ahead and just kind of speed up past the racking portion. Now, I will have to say, or actually, let me preface this, because this is back in 2023. If y'all remember, there was a point in time before I had my coach come see me in October, and we did some live streams where he took me through some lessons, and that we were able to show everybody. And I was talking about how I was playing in a slump. This is still during that time frame, so I can warn everybody that you're probably going to be seeing me make a bunch of mistakes. Now, as of today, I think I'm at least out of the slump. I think I got out of it somewhere around like the December time frame, to where now my mistakes are are small enough to where if I miss, it's like bobbling the pocket, right? And of course, I still don't want to miss. I don't think anybody would want to miss, but most of the mistakes that I was making when I was still in my slump, I'd be missing the pocket by like half a diamond, sometimes by a whole entire diamond. It's just like my aiming and my stroke or my speed control just completely out of whack. And then it just took some time before I eventually got back into it and then started learning a couple of things about my game. So we'll see if we'll basically see if anything that happens in this match here still exists today. If it does, and if it doesn't, I can probably hopefully tell you how I fixed it. So I hope that makes sense. But I do see a question here from Dean Klein. He's saying, for you, do you prefer to watch us? Do you prefer for us to watch on YouTube or Facebook? Your choice, Dean. That's why I started streaming to both Facebook and YouTube. There are people out there that don't watch YouTube, and there are people out there that aren't on Facebook. So I decided to go ahead and start streaming to multiple platforms. So you get to pick which one you want to be able to watch on. I don't really have a preference as long as you're here with us and having a good time. Appreciate that question, though. All right, so let's go here. Now, I don't remember what kind of break I've been doing lately, especially since we're not using a template rack in this match. Sometimes we might end up having template racks, but it looks like at least in this one we don't. Now, I saw that the 4-ball dropped on the break. I usually, let me go ahead and pause this here. Usually, like at least an 8-ball, one of the things I know that I can typically do is like before the players start to shoot, I can kind of like break down potential patterns and stuff. 9-ball is a little bit different, obviously, because I'm going to shoot the 1-ball. If I make the 1-ball, I have to get position on the 2-ball. If I make the 2-ball, I have to get position on the, et cetera, et cetera. So the pattern is pretty much defined. What isn't really defined is where the cue ball will travel. As you connect the patterns together, how often will you be playing a combo and stuff? So there's really no quote unquote pattern breakdown here. It'll be more just commentary on what's going to happen here. Because, for example, I would tend to think that either because it's early in the match, I don't know if I'm going to play aggressive, or I don't remember if I'm going to play aggressive, or if I'm going to attempt to play a safety. Because I don't think that 1-ball is going anywhere. You see, I'm already putting a lot of thought into this, trying to figure out what to do. And I can see that I have some topspin on the ball. What am I doing here? That was some top right. And it looks like it's a safety. It looks like I'm trying to hide the cue ball behind the 2 and the 6 ball. It looks like I was successful. I can't really tell. Where's my opponent? Oh, there he is. All right. So I was successful. Looks like he's going to have to kick at it. Okay, unsuccessful hit. Contacts the 9 ball first, so I'm going to be getting ball in hand. So here's at least one thing that I can try to do a breakdown here. And what's going on, David? I like how you always reverse your name. This is a buddy of mine that I play with in Round Rock on a BCA 9-ball league that's on 9-foot tables. And he's asking, when am I going to do the matches that I have there? Because I currently only have 2 matches against the same opponent who happens to be the league operator. And when am I going to do them? Hopefully in the near future here. And I'm actually going to be able to hopefully have the league operator with me to commentate his side of the match while I commentate my side of the match. So that's going to be something to be looking forward to. I just can't put a hard date on when that's actually going to happen. But thank you for the question. Okay. One thing I can talk about here is in rotation pool, not necessarily just 9-ball, because you can do 10-ball as well. In rotation pool, when you basically have the rack figured out to where it can be runnable, one of the things that Demetrius has taught me here is to look for what is referred to as the key transition. It's the transition on the table where you play one shot and go to the next ball that basically solves the entire rack, to where if you land and nail that key transition, theoretically, you should have a high % chance at running the rest of the table. So if we were to look at this table here, Michael Barandika, thank you so much for following me on Facebook. If we were to look at this layout here, we would want to, what do we think the key transition might end up being? I got ball in hand, and the 2 ball being where it's at, it looks like the 2 ball is going to have to go somewhere. If my tool is going to work, it doesn't look like it's working. Give me just a second. Gotta always love technical difficulties. All right, let's try this again. There we go. So it looks like my 2 ball is going to have to go here into the corner pocket. So I clearly need my cue ball to be somewhere, hopefully over here. And then we look and see that my 3 ball has to go over here. So it wouldn't be the best thing in the world if I landed somewhere to where if I cut the 2 ball in, my cue ball goes out like this, because I have to be able to play position on the 3. So really, just by looking at this, I'd almost be curious to know if the 1 ball to the 2 ball becomes the key transition. Everything else after that, I wouldn't say it's easy, or I wouldn't say that it's easy, but I also wouldn't say it's too difficult. Sensei Nate pretty much agrees with me that the 1 to the 2 pretty much does it. So you would think if I can get the cue ball to land, roughly, I don't know, somewhere in this zone here where the 7 doesn't block me, then going from the 2 to the 3, from the 3 to the 5, from the 5 to the 6, to the 7, to the 8, and to the 9, the cue ball is roughly, hopefully, just staying like somewhere towards the middle of the table. At least that's what I would think. The real question is that what I do? Let's find out. So you see me come step over here because that's the first thing I looked at to see what kind of position do I need to get on the 2 ball to go in past the 6 into the corner pocket. I'd be willing to bet that my cue ball is going to go 2 rails around. I just got to know whether or not if I'm going to get hooked behind that 7. That's a risk that I'm running. And look what happens, right? I knew the risk, I took it, and was unsuccessful. Now I have no choice but to try to kick at the 2-ball. What you just saw me do there was the one rail kick measuring system. I have a video on that on my channel here, on my YouTube channel. This is a system that Tony Robles taught me when he was here helping me with my straight pool game. Fairly accurate system that usually not guarantees, but gives you a high probability of being able to hit your object ball, but sometimes even make it. Opponent was able to make the 2-ball and then makes the 9-ball. So here's the thing. My opponent gets 3 points, 1 point for making the 2-ball, and then 2 points for making the 9-ball. And you can see there's 5 balls left on the table. So what happens to those points? Nobody gets those points. So there's 5 dead balls. And so between my 2, my opponent's 3, and the 5 dead balls, we have a total of 10. So we get to move on to the next rack. Oh, there is a template rack. I guess we are going to use the template rack. Opponent was able to make 3 on the break. Let's see here. What's my opponent going to do? It makes the 1 and the 4. So far, he's on a roll here for making 2 balls in 1 shot. Doesn't really look like there's anything that can be done with the 2-ball here. So I'd be curious if there's going to be some sort of a defensive shot here. Judging by his gesture, he wanted his cue ball to be somewhere over here. So now I get to come back to the table. Had a fairly difficult back cut shot on the 2-ball to go into the corner pocket, but this is a very similar shot that I basically shoot in straight pool. Right, I back cut the ball into the corner pocket and drive the cue ball into the rack. But the difference now being 9-ball is I got to get position for that 5-ball that's down table. And I missed the 2, got a little lucky and made the 7. Hit rail first, hit the short rail, then hit the 2-ball, then hit the side rail, probably with a touch of left spin here to get down here for the 5-ball. Probably going to hit it a little bit harder so my cut's not so thin. I'm willing to bet that I'm probably going to 2-rail this out in over here to this section of the table. Kind of like that. And it looks like I underhit that one. So here's where I'm talking about where my speed control isn't exactly where it should be. Because now when I look at this 6-ball, I have to be careful not to touch the 9, nor do I want to scratch if I try to get position on the 8-ball here. So it looks like I'm stunning the ball maybe with some left spin, if I can avoid the 9. Kind of like this. That was well executed. And then unfortunately, since I got on the back side of the 8-ball here, that means my cue ball probably ends up somewhere over here if I can stun it across. Kind of like that. And for the 9-ball, usually I just typically roll the 9-ball in. I don't really do anything fancy when I shoot the 9-ball. So, did all right on that one. So I think what the break that you're seeing me do here is I'm hitting the cue ball with like bottom left. Or actually, no, that looks like that was just a center cue ball hit. I tried to do a flat break. And did my opponent rack with the triangle rack? He's racking with the triangle rack, and I racked his with the Accu-Rack. I wonder if that's going to change as time goes by. The cue ball to squat nicely on the break there, and then it gets kicked away. Here's the unfortunate part about APA 9-ball. Typically, when you see a situation like this, where after the break you don't, you're unable to see the next object ball, you would normally play what's called a push, and that's where you would just tap the cue ball wherever you want on the table. You can even pocket a ball if you want to, and it's not a foul. And the incoming player has the option to shoot the shot where it's at, or give it back to you. In APA, you don't have that option. You have to attempt to go for the hit. And as you saw, I was able to make the hit, but then I scratched. Okay, opponent drops the 1. Play position on the short side of the 3, as long as the 3 goes past the 9. 4-ball can go into the same pocket. You probably just roll this in with a little bit of topspin, and your cue ball should just naturally float somewhere right over here. I don't even think it's going to touch the 9-ball. Ooh, but he bobbles the ball. What in the world am I going to do? Playing a stop shot, or am I going to play the 4 in the same pocket? Oh, I draw back. I wanted to play the 4-ball in the same pocket. Look at that. And I overhit the ball. Like I said, speed control. He was at least able to make a good hit, but when you do stuff like this, this is typically what sells the rack. I don't see anything too terribly difficult here for my opponent to have to handle. Okay, good shot there. We can clearly see he's going to play the 6 in the corner. Can't really tell if the 7 rolls past the 8. Looks like he's checking on it. Decides to roll past it to play it here into this corner pocket, but he ends up overcutting, which is a similar mistake I was making at this time. Y'all saw how much he overcut the ball. I was making similar mistakes. That's an aiming issue, as far as I'm concerned. Looks like I'm waiting on the other table to finish whoever's shooting so I can get down on my shot. There we go. Curious if I'm going to try to left spin this in. Oh, no, I outside spun that. Let's look at that again. So we can barely see by the shadow, I guess, that it's not frozen to the rail. And I actually hit this with some outside spin, so that way when I hit the rail, I avoid spinning this way. This doesn't happen. I end up basically coming right back to where I'm at, so that way I can try to get some sort of position back onto the 7-ball. Kind of like a 50-yard line shot there, if you ask me. I would still think I'm playing the 7-ball probably in this pocket here and go 3 rails around. So that way I can get basically back to where I'm at. So probably some right spin on this one. Oh, I drew it to the side rail. Never mind. It was a thicker hit than I thought. So a little bit of bottom left. You're gonna have to forgive me on these camera angles here. Sometimes I'm able to get a table straight up and down, and sometimes I have to work with these types of angles here. And I can already tell, oh no, we look good here. That should be good for the score. So far so good. Sometimes that's the unfortunate part about using a triangle rack. You can never really guarantee, be guaranteed to have the same type of rack each and every time. Let's see here. It looks like I'm going to be rolling past this. Do I bump into the 7 ball and get shape on the 3? Or shape on the 2, I'm sorry. Did I miscue? I did. That had to have been a miscue. See that? See how my cue is coming up right before I hit the cue ball? Like right here, I'm on the rail, and then I come up, and then right there, I think that was a miscue. It's hard to tell whether or not if I really wanted to play the ball. Like, I was already initially thinking, like, am I going to play some sort of safety by trying to hit the 2 ball and bank it down table and then just like draw the cue ball back over here? But clearly I can't tell if I have the angle to be able to do that from this camera angle. So because if I would have made it, if I would have cut this in, my cue ball would have to do something like this and then try to come all the way back up here just for position on the 3 ball. And I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have attempted that. But nonetheless, I kind of get a little safe here. I can't tell if there's a window between the 3, 7, and the 9 for my opponent. Okay, my opponent was able to see it. Looks like he gets a little safe on me. These are usually just unfortunate. You would think in normal 9-ball this is not that much of a big deal because my opponent just has to be able to run to the 9-ball. But I'm doing mistakes like this gives my opponent a free point, right? And usually I don't think much of it, but then I tend to forget my opponent only has to go to 55 while I have to go to 75. I can't afford to give up free points like that. Okay, so my opponent makes the 2. Doesn't look like he drew back enough. I mean, maybe he can still back cut that 3 ball, but the cue ball is going to be cut loose. Oh, look at that. He overcut the ball without touching the 9 ball. That's impressive. And then I think gets a lucky leave out of it because I don't think I can see the 3 ball past the 6. Am I going to curve this? I think so. I'm going for a curve shot. So we got some left spin on the cue ball. Oh, at least got a good hit off of the short rail. Okay, opponent takes down the 3. I think typically you're just going to, you know, basically see me commentate a lot of stuff until I think there's something worth discussing. And then I can include the viewers here on what we think could actually happen here, or what are some potential options. Because here you would think you just roll the 6 in, the cue ball's going to come off the rail and give you a little bit of an angle on the 7, kind of like this. Oh, I'm surprised the 6 fell. But you would think you'd want a little bit more of an angle. This looks a little flat. So if my opponent shoots this in, I would imagine that the cue ball is going to be somewhere along the rail. And see if he tries. This is one thing that I've mentioned before, or at least I talked about in my last video, to where anytime you hit harder than you should, you run the risk of missing the ball for any particular reason. If he would have just attempted to just make the ball and allow the cue ball to be on the rail, he would probably still at least be at the table. Natural 2-rail position there. And see, now at this point, somebody is missing a point, so I'm just going to give it to my opponent. So let's see, if we break this down, you would think that I'm winning because I'm up 22-13, but remember, I go to 75, so I need 53 more points. While my opponent goes to 55, he only needs 42. So my opponent is actually in the lead. At that point, I started resorting to a cut break. So when I do this break here, you can see my cue ball coming over to the side rail, and then I spin it back towards the middle of the table. And depending upon if balls come around and kick the cue ball around or whatever, because the flat break was no longer working. I have a couple of break positions in 9-ball and different spins that I might put on the cue ball depending upon the break position as well. It's either going to be a flat break from certain angles, or it's going to be a cut break from certain angles. Let's see, S3204, you were one, you know, we can go back and look. I mean, that's not a big deal. You were wondering if there was a ball that was made and scratched. This is the cool thing about instant replay. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, that was my break that I made a ball, 2 balls, 3 balls. My opponent does this. I come back, give my opponent a free point. So my opponent got 1 point there. And then 2 points here, 3 points there, 4 points there, and then missed that. So I think my opponent, because I know I scored my last 3 or the last 4 points here after my opponent missed that ball. So I'm pretty sure the point that I missed belonged to my opponent. Because it doesn't look like there was a dead ball on that one. Okay, like I said, so now we're doing a cut break with some bottom left spin. I draw the cue ball to the side rail and then spin it back towards the middle of the table. That really didn't do much for me either. Let's see, 1-2 combination. Looks like it. And so here's where I wonder, when you look at this, I would wonder, what am I going to plan to do? Am I going to try to play from the 1 to the 2? And then when I go from the 2 to the 3, am I going to try to play a safety? Or am I going to try to set up for a 3-9 billiard? That would be what's going through my head right now when I look here, because I don't remember everything that happens on this particular night. Okay, so I make the 1. 2 balls should be able to go into the side pocket. Watch my cue ball go up table. I'll probably, Ooh, why do I got draw on the ball? What am I doing? Oh, I drew it away from the corner pocket from scratching. Actually like the cue ball action on that one. And then I doubt I'm going to be playing the billiard. This has got to be a safety. Yeah. You can see it looks like I could have billiarded into the 9, but you can also see that the 3 ball probably would have blocked the 9 if I would have gone for it. Good kick by my opponent. Gets a little lucky on the leave. Got all this mess. It doesn't look like I can do a 1-rail kick. I think the 7 ball's in the way. This looks like I might be trying to do the midpoint parallel shift system to do a 2-rail kick. I don't have a video on this one yet. There are videos that are out there. Successful hit. But my opponent can still see the ball. What difference does it make if my opponent can see the ball? Let's see here. Multitasking now at this point. So it looks like he made it. And he's going to play safe. That's a good safety. 9 ball blocks me. We can't use jump cues. If we were to attempt to jump, we have to use our full cue, and I don't do that anymore because I can't jump with the full cue. Another 2-rail kick there. Happy to see that at least the 4 ball lands like in the middle area of the rail there instead of landing in front of a pocket. Oh, what a shot by my opponent. And look at the cue ball working all the way around. Looks like he successfully got position on the 5 ball. This looks frozen to the rail to where you might want to hit this with some left spin. Inside spin in this case. Inside left spin. Nice shot. Check one more thing here. Put this here. Come back to this. Okay, good cut on the 6 to go into the side pocket. Natural position for the 7 as the cue ball goes back up and down the table. Draws off the 7 to get to the 8. More than likely plays a stop shot, plays the 9 in the opposite pocket. Ooh, never mind. Stuns over because he had an angle for it. Nice run out. Oh, and he almost scratched. Never mind. Still a good run out though. Score looks good, and you can see this is where this gets punishing. And I can say this. What I remember at this point in time here, because remember this was before these matches here were before Demetrius coming over and talking about the competitor cycle. If you don't know what the competitor cycle is, be sure to check out the video that I posted on my YouTube channel. I basically clipped out the segment of the competitor cycle. At this point in time here, and hold on, I got to see that again. What did my opponent make? See, the 4 ball's gone. Looks like the 7 ball's gone. 3, 6, yeah, 4 and 7. 4 and 7. 2. At this point in time of the game, when I can see that my opponent is scoring a lot and it goes to less points than me, I actually start allowing the pressure to really get to me to you know, to try to be able to catch up when the opportunity presents itself, because that's all I can do is just sit there and wait for the opportunity. And I've now learned that that basically just wears down on me. And if anybody's familiar with the snowball effect, you know, when you've seen the mistakes that I've already made on the table, and when my snowball initially gets created, and then every time I make a mistake, that snowball just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then when I watch my opponent do these runs like he's doing here, it just gets worse for me. To where once my snowball reaches a certain limit, then my entire game just starts to go downhill from there. Everything is just too pressuring. And I say all this because now it doesn't. And what I mean by that is in the later matches that I've done, like for this session or any of the matches that I've done at my BCA 9-ball league, I am much more relaxed, much more relaxed. And I'm actually like enjoying myself while I'm playing. I can say that I get concerned maybe if I'm going to lose the match. I can at least say that. And I think my opponent got all 10 points on that one there. So what is this? Probably this, I think. And I give it all credit to or at least trying to have a better understanding of the competitor cycle, to where, you know, if I'm gonna lose, I'm gonna lose, and I just have to be okay with that, and not allow the pressure to get to me. Much easier said than done. Clearly, it's something that I still continue to work on, to where I try not to allow my ego, which you hear about in the competitor cycle, get in the way of my play style, which will basically tell me you better come back when you get back to the table, you know, because, you know, you're the 9 that plays in this league, you know, you're the YouTuber and blah blah blah, and all of that just starts weighing me down. And I finally have been able to let it all go, and just sit there and wait. You know, I've been able to praise my opponents more comfortably when they're playing well, and then when I get back to the table, I don't feel the pressure like the pressure that I feel at this point in time. I really hope what I'm saying here is making sense, because it's really a lot easier to show than it is to talk about it. Because I talk about the competitor cycle a lot ever since Demetrius told me about it. Oh, and to give you some context also about how old this video is, this is before I was using the SMO shaft. This is my 12.9 JFlowers shaft that I have on my cue here. I don't have the SMO shaft on my cue yet at this point in time. So we can look at the layout here and probably say that maybe the transition from the 7 to the 8 is the key transition, because when I play the 8, I would probably want to be nice and flat on the 8 along the rail. That way I can just draw back to shoot the 9 into the corner pocket. And the reason why that's important is because it basically dictates what type of position do I want to get on the 7, so that way I can transition to the 8 in order to be able to draw back off of the 8 ball. And so I don't think I even liked what I did there. Let's see how I transition from the 7 to the 8. Ooh, that was some top inside spin there. Actually hit that rather well. Something you see me do quite often, if this is something y'all don't do, I highly suggest that you do it, because when you see me walk over here and do this, I'm basically looking at what my next shot is going to be. In other words, do I want to just make the 8 ball and not move the cue ball at all? or there'll be very little cue ball movement. Like the cue ball should be somewhere like right around here. And am I going to be okay with shooting the 9-ball from there? That's what I'm doing when I come over here. I'm already guessing where the cue ball is going to be on the next shot after I shoot the 8-ball. And if I'm okay with it, then I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to attempt to try to draw the ball or hit the ball hard or just do anything. I'm just probably just going to tap roll the ball in and take the point and take the shot that I have on the 9-ball. So probably a little bit of stun, very little movement on the cue ball, and just take this shot. And that way I don't risk messing anything up. There we go. 8 and 9 are mine. Now I'm just all screwed up with the score. Crap. I will answer these questions that I see here. Ramon, you're wanting to know if I done a review. I haven't done like an official review long form video. If you look at one of my old live streams, I think it was when I was celebrating when I got 100,000 subscribers. I did do a live demonstration of the SMO shaft, and what I was able to demonstrate was that I was able to produce the similar results. I can't really say that they might be exact results, but I was basically shooting a straight in shot with side spin to test the deflection to show whether or not, if the deflection was enough, I should miss the straight in shot. And what I demonstrated was that when I shot the shot, the ball goes in, you can see the cue ball spinning, and then you can see the cue ball going forward as well. And there was one shot where I got the cue ball to scratch. That kind of indicates that I compensated for the deflection, or there was hardly any deflection at all. And then sometimes you would see that the cue ball would kind of go straight at an angle and then kind of hit the rail and then spin off of the rail. And I did that with the SMO shaft. And then I did a comparison with with my Icon 4.5 that has a 12.4 millimeter shaft. The SMO is 12.5. Both shafts had the Taom fusion tip, so they at least had the same tip. And I do believe that both cues weighed about the same. And when I shot with the Icon 4.5, I produced roughly the same exact results. I can't differentiate if one had less deflection than the other, because in that live stream, I talk about how there's a video out there that claims that the SMO shaft has a 4 millimeter less deflection than the Revo. As a human being, I can't demonstrate a 4 millimeter difference. I mean, that's like super tiny. So I figured shooting the straight in shot with side spin to see if there's enough deflection that can cause you to miss the shot was a good way to prove it. And since both cues roughly produced the same exact results, the selling point is the SMO shaft is cheaper. So at that point, you take your pick. Do you want a Predator brand? Do you want a JFlower brand? That's really all that it comes down to. And so Jesse Holman, when you're asking me how do I like the SMO shaft, the more I shoot with it, especially with the Taom fusion tip, the more I've been liking it. I mean, that's basically the best way that I can explain it. When I first picked it up, it did feel different. I don't really know how to describe how different it felt in the hit, but as time went by, I started getting used to it. And then next thing I know, I just started hearing like a particular sound, like when I hit the cue ball a certain way, and that sound just like resonates in my ears and everything just feels good. And as the longer the time goes on, just the feel of the hit just got better and better to me, to where now I absolutely like playing with the SMO shaft. All right, so I clearly do not even know what the score is at this point. So there's 3 points missing. I'll give them to me. I don't even know if it's right or not. And let's see here. On this one here, it looks like I made the 4-ball. I got to be playing safe on this shot, yes? I don't think I'm crazy enough to try to shoot it. Never mind, I am. Well, no. Maybe I wasn't trying to shoot it. That looks like a pretty solid safety. Let me hold on a second. No, I'm trying to make that one ball. I just got lucky with the safety here. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Like I caught the point of it's. There's no way in the world I'm trying to say to myself, hey, like let's shoot the one ball into the point and we'll draw back and get positioned like this. I think I just got lucky. But sometimes we'll accept luck. Right? Luck happens in the game of pool. Sometimes we accept it. Let's see here. Looks like a little bit of elevation to kind of draw off of the one ball towards the middle of the table. That gets me positioned on the 2. Probably some stun left to get positioned on the 3 off the side rail. Oh, never mind. I just got positioned for the 3 in the corner. So I minimized my cue ball movement there. This looks like I can stun out towards the middle of the table for the 5 in the corner. Try to get my cue ball somewhere right here, maybe. Yeah. And then try to draw straight back to get short side position for the 6. Hope I don't overdraw it. Nope, I probably decelerated on that because you already saw one where I drew the ball and I ended up overdrawing for position. I at least have position here, but I probably would want to come back just a little bit more to get better position than what I got here. This just topspin. Try to come back down towards the other end of the table. Nope, that had to have been top right, and I undercut the ball. Right? And here's 5 free points. I was able to get 4 points, but here's 5 free points for my opponent who only has to go to 30 or 55. Looks like he underhit that one a bit, but this shouldn't be that big of a deal. Good shot. Rod Connor, I do appreciate that. Streamlabs is one of my chat bots, and it looks like it's reminding everybody a little too frequently when to hit the thumbs up button. So I probably need to change a configuration so it doesn't remind everybody as often as it does. So I do appreciate your support, though. Go. Matter of fact, I can probably just do that right now. Because typically, the way this works is that my chat bot triggers off of how many times people are chatting. So I will increase the chat limit to where we'll try 10. I had it set to 5, so anytime 5 chat lines go through, a timer will go off, and then when that timer expires, that's when the message comes up. So now it's waiting for 10 lines of chats. Okay, let's see here. It doesn't look like my opponent made anything on the break, so I get to come to the table, but I can't see the one ball, right? I can't push. I have to attempt to hit it. This is probably another 2-rail kick, and I missed it. So now I get to give a skill level 7 ball in hand. This is probably going to hurt. If I'm lucky, the 3 ball doesn't pass the 6 ball. Because it looks like he's going to play the 1 in the side and roll forward to get behind the 2 to go here into this corner pocket. Nicely done. Good speed control on that one. And I'm guessing the 3 passes the 6. Or is he going to play it off the 6? Or he's just going to try to play some sort of safety. Oh, I went for the 9 ball on that one. I'm getting greedy. Right? Because like I said, theoretically, when you look at this, you're like, well, what's the big deal if I'm up 39 to 38? Well, remember, I'm not up. My opponent has to go to 55. He's actually up. Because I have to get 36 more points while he's fixing to only have to get 15 points. Good shot there. 5-9 combination coming up. Exactly. So 1, 2, and then 4 dead balls. That looks right. Hey, I think the score is back to even again. Okay, so you can see here, I'm not using the Accu-Rack anymore. I used it that one time, but then picked up on that my opponent wasn't using the Accu-Rack, so I'm not going to use the Accu-Rack anymore either. It's actually a pretty good solid break there, just wasn't able to drop a ball. Can't really tell what type of position I can get here with this 2 ball, if it's going to be a 2-4 combination or not. Well, it's definitely not going to be a 2-4 combination now, and I hope I'm not hooked. Or do I have to play a 2-9 combo? Or a safety? Yeah, there we go. That's a safety. Let's see. How's my opponent going to kick out of this one? Where is he? There we go. He's thinking. The cue's just sitting there. All right, here we go. It's like he tried to go for a 3-rail kick. Okay. Let's see if I can run this out. I don't know if the 7 passes the 9, but everything else looks pretty wide out in the open. A little bit of an angle here, probably with some top left spin to get position on the 3. A little bit of stun right, maybe. I don't know if I'm going to the side rail. I can't tell how flat I am, but the 4 is going into the side pocket. Just like this, all right? I just tap roll the 4 in, position on the 5. Do I have any right spin on this for the 6 in the side, maybe? Was I trying to come for the corner? Maybe I was trying to come for the corner and fell a little short. So S3204, I think when you're talking about when I had my opponent hooked behind the 7 and the 9, if he would have just shot the 9, what happens? The 9 ball gets spotted. The 9 ball is the only ball that obviously comes back up. If it was any other ball, the ball would stay down, and that would be a dead ball, and I get ball in hand. Ooh, that was a good cut. This top inside spin. It is. I think nowadays I would shoot that with top outside. You go back and look at this. Because I end up shooting this in such a way to where, you know, I have to cut the ball in, which means my cue ball naturally wants to go this way. And so I use the inside spin to break it back down this way. And I think nowadays I'm starting to shoot it more like this. So that way I can come into the line of the 8 ball. So I would kind of stun this over with some left spin. That's probably the way that I'm shooting this shot more nowadays, rather than this way. Because I'd be able to get a lot closer to the 8 ball. See, what am I doing here? Probably some left spin. 2 rails to the 9 ball. 1, 2. Kind of like that. And then just draw off the 9. So with that safety, I was able to capitalize and score some points, kind of catch back up into the game. That's actually one of my teammates that you just saw shooting. He's playing 8 ball on the other table. A little bit of a pop break on that one there. I was able to drop the 8 ball on the break. Look, I'm hooked again. Remelina, I hope I said that correctly. Thank you so much for following me on Facebook. Really do appreciate it. So it's one thing if my opponent breaks dry and then I'm hooked and I have to shoot at the 1 ball. It's another thing if I break, make a ball, and I'm hooked and I have to shoot at the 1 ball and I don't have a push option. And then again, what happens if I give my opponent ball in hand? Oh my lord. All right, let's see if this one was going to hurt. The last one I kind of got away with. Draws back a little bit off the 2, position on the 3. Should be able to just tap roll this in. Cue ball should land between the 4 and the 5, kind of like this. Maybe stun off of this one, basically to where you're at. I'd probably play a stop shot here. Oh, wait, he didn't make it yet. Nope, he decides to draw back. The reason why I say a stop shot is because I want a thin angle to where I can just roll the ball in with some outside spin, hit this rail and come back around. He's deciding to slow roll it in like this with a much flatter angle, which is still fine. You can see he's got some inside spin on this one. Good shot, but hits it a little on the light side. Gonna have a thin cut on the 9 ball. Oh, and he overcuts it. Am I gonna have a shot? No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna have a shot. What am I gonna do here? Checking to see if it's frozen to the rail. Am I gonna go for this? I would think I wouldn't. Maybe I will. I'm going for it. I'm thinking that long and hard. Oh, look at that. I was barely able to cut it in. Goodness gracious. There's that cut break again. But I don't make a ball. So it looks like my opponent needs 6 more balls left. I need 23. Like I said, I am struggling. Oh, what a shot. He overcuts the ball. How am I going to get from the 1 to the 2? This lots of inside spin? That's what it looks like. 3-rail shape. That way I can go in between the 5 and the 9. Ooh, kind of wiped its feet on the way in. This makes me wonder if I play safe or if I go for the 3-4 combination. Yeah, like that looks like I'm lining it up. So if I go for the combination, then I think my 3-ball drifts up this way. I have to make sure I have position on it. Kind of like this. All right, as long as the 7 doesn't get in my way. So key thing about playing combinations is making sure you know where that first ball that you're hitting to perform the combo, where is it going to go, especially a 9-ball. I appreciate this, Bob. Woo! So far, so good. I'm trying to catch back up. This one here, I'm wondering if the cue ball is going to go 3 rails around. Top right spin. 1, 2, 3. Right into the line of the 7-ball. If I'm nice and flat, that's what I looked at there. So I'm probably just going to be doing a stop shot, maybe slightly draw the ball. Just a nice stop shot. Roll to go for the 9 in the opposite corner. All right, I'm not out yet. Look at this. What are we talking about? I got to get 13 more to his 6. This is pressuring. This is pressuring. Okay, there's that cut break. Couple of balls on the break. Oh, am I going to scratch? Oh, I got a little lucky there. What did I make? I saw the 1 ball go. Looks like the 3 ball's gone and the 4 ball's gone. 3 balls on the break. That was helpful. So, you see this planning here? Like I said, how many of y'all do this? I'm checking to see, well, what if I want to get this position here on the 5 ball because that's where the cue ball is going to go anyway when I shoot it? Or do I want to get this position over here? Like, how many of y'all do that where you actually plan that far ahead and go look and see what your next shot could potentially be and use that information to help you determine how you're going to play the current shot? I said, highly suggest that's something that y'all should be doing if you're not doing it already. Okay, because of the 2 options, I elect to do this one. And now it looks like I don't like the results, since you saw me do some sort of gesture like that. Why am I elevated? Is the cut just too thin? There's no way in the world I meant to do that. There is no way in the world I meant to do that. But I'll take it. I'll take it. Ooh. I'm going to pause this for a second. Let me know if y'all hear an AI voice come on here in a second. Is it going to happen? Oh, maybe it doesn't work. Oh, never mind. Josh, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. This is my Scotch doubles partner that I had when I went to Vegas for 8 ball, and we actually were able to place in the money. I think we got $100 a piece for that, and that was great. We actually got together one time and reviewed one of our matches, and there's like 3 or 4 more matches that we can still get together and review. We just haven't had time to do that. But definitely, brother, we do need to get together sometime. It's been quite a while. I'm hoping after this weekend, my schedule is going to start opening up a little bit, so we can definitely try to get something going. All right, back to the match after doing that lucky bank shot on the 5 ball. I'm just going to roll forward for the 7. I'm trying to break out that
Hey,
7.
Chris, we need to get together for dinner sometime. Miss you, man.
Now I'm looking to see, will the 7 carom off of the 9? It looks like it's going to head over here, so I'm more than willing to bet that I'm going to hit this with some top spin, so that way I can try to transfer just a little bit of draw on the 7, so that the way the 7 kind of draws off of the 9, like that. Because I do believe if I didn't have the draw, if I didn't have the top spin on the ball, then the 7 probably would have caught the point right here and I would have missed. And now the 9 ball blocks my 8 ball. Oh, are you kidding me? Am I about to try to cut this to the other corner? Oh, that's what I tried. And look, I severely undercut that. There's that half diamond miss that I was talking about. But to be fair, like, you know, after I played the 7-9 carom, I wasn't entirely sure where that 9 ball was going to go. I get unfortunate that it ends up blocking my 8 ball, because the 8 ball would have gone to that corner pocket. But look, I've caught up, right? We both need 6 points. Ooh, he undercuts the ball. There's another one of my teammates sporting the onboard jersey. Okay, there's the 8-ball. There's the 9. I need 3 to hit 6. Hey, John from North Carolina, thank you so much for joining. Oh, no. Dry break. That's never any good. Good shot by my opponent. Dang, power draws that 2-ball. I would have thought I was done for after that if he wouldn't have made that mistake. My opponent needs 4. I need 3. Oh, he could see it. Never mind. I thought he was hooked. Got to play the 4-8 combination, I would think. He just has to make sure that he's going to get position on the 4, right? The 4 is going this way if he makes this combination. So he needs his cue ball probably to hit this short rail and come up this way, or I don't know if you can apply spin and try to come out this way. Wait, what? Oh, he decides to play safe. That was smart. That was smart. Well, I don't think I have a choice. I got to hit this ball, right? I can't give him ball in hand when he only needs 3 points. Ooh, okay. I give my opponent an opportunity here. I don't know if you play the 4-9 combination or not. Doesn't look like he's trying to. Another safety. Another safety. Does the 4 pass the 6? Oh, the suspense here. Okay, it looks like the 4 does. I'm lining it up like that. That looks like a center ball hit. My cue ball is going to come out past the side pocket, maybe. Oh, but I undercut the ball. Oh, man. Let's see if the 6 ball can be a saving grace. The 5 to the 6 is a little tricky, especially with the 6 being so close to the side pocket there. Okay, there's the 4. Wait, is that it? Oh, that must have been it. So I must... So that must have been some of the points that I gave to myself when I had the score wrong. He ended up getting. So let me look up real quick. What was the final score there? If I can, let me see if I can find it. Just a second. So I must have lost 55 to 72, if that was the final point. Let's see here. Here, go to me, teams. Nope, wrong division. This division. Teams. I think it was last session. Just don't remember which one it was. Nope, wasn't that one. Yes. So yeah, I gave myself 3 points when I wasn't supposed to, because I lost 69 to 55 on that one there. So this is where I would have to wonder what went wrong, for me. And I think the overarching thing that stood out for me was the ball in hands. Right, there was a couple of times where I did some kick shots and failed to hit the ball, because there's absolutely nothing I can do if my opponent breaks dry and I'm hooked behind the one, or I'm hooked on the one ball or the next object ball, or if I make a ball and I'm hooked on the next object ball. My priority has to be that I have to be able to be able to hit that ball, so that way I don't give up ball in hand. But this is where I can also say, like I mentioned before, watching my opponent score those points, especially when I was giving up free points. Like I might do a kick and I get a legal hit, and but I still end up selling out like 3 or 4 points. That was weighing very heavily on me during this match. And nowadays, it just doesn't weigh heavily on me as much anymore. And so hopefully the next time I get to show you matches that are current, you'll get to see that in action here. So typically when I have matches like this, there's really nothing that I can offer my opponent. My opponent was able to beat me on this one here. So I think this at least kind of highlights the fairness of the APA handicap system when it comes to 9-ball here, because I have more points that I have to score than my opponent, and my opponent was able to get to their goal before I got to mine. So I think at least in this match here, it kind of highlights how the fairness part would actually work, because if we were both going to 75, I think we can look and see that I probably would have gotten there before he did. So hats off to my opponent on that one there, and hats off to him for allowing me to share this with everybody. So hopefully what you saw here, there were some things that you were able to benefit from. All right, I'm going to set up the next match. And while I set up the next match, I can take a couple of questions and try to figure out why my viewer count isn't working. Won't show me how many viewers I have on Facebook. There we go. There's none. That's okay. Every now and again, I do get viewers from Facebook from time to time. And actually, I see that I do have viewers on Facebook. Why didn't it show up in my chat queue? Oh, they do. So I got to make sure that I highlight them. Yvonne Moritz, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Yeah, I'm playing under pressure. And if you don't know what it feels like playing under pressure, it can have a dramatic effect on your game there. That's where the mental aspect of the game comes into play. You have to be mentally sound in order to play. All right, let's see here. Now that the count's gone again, I don't know what's up with that. Okay, everybody, give me just a moment. I will be right back. little intermission there. All right, so unless there's any questions, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of roll on over into the next match here, so that way I can try to cut down on the stream time here, because that took me a little over an hour just to get through that match, and that's kind of expected because it kind of turned into a hill battle. So I think that's to be expected. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and switch over to the next match. Match 2 out of 4. Now, since I just got done showing you 8-ball, I just got done showing you 9-ball, you can see that the scoreboards are still just the same, so let's reset everything. Because in this 8-ball match, I'm playing up against the same opponent that I just got done playing in 9-ball, because this was on the same night. So my opponent was a skill level 7 in 9-ball, and he's also a skill level 7 in 8-ball. So this is just a straight race to 5. And when we play APA 8-ball, the only ball that does matter is the 8-ball. We're not playing by points or anything of the sort. It's going to be, let's see who shoots solids, who shoots stripes, etc., etc. This is where we can be a little bit more interactive with the chats and stuff, and we can talk about patterns and, you know, when to play safe, you know, etc., etc. Let's see here. Why do I have stuff not on this one? This is ridiculous. Go ahead and even turn this on. Okay, so just like before, let's lag and let's see who's going to break first. Looks like it might be me. It's me again. So you can see I got a better camera angle this time. So let's see, am I doing the pop break? I am doing the pop break. Cue ball gets away from me a little bit though, because it's not supposed to go forward. It's supposed to just squat right towards the middle of the table. Looks like I made the 7-ball on the break, so I'm going to be solids. All right. So this is what I typically like to do for 8-ball. Oh, all right. Tom, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of 8-ball matches because typically I don't get to play a lot of APA 9-ball as a skill level 9. But at least in this double Jeopardy format that I've recently joined, I've been able to play some 9-ball to show off some of my 9-ball matches. But if you look through my channel, you'll find a whole bunch of 8-ball matches. Now, typically what I like to do in 8-ball, especially when I'm like going into coach/instructional mode, anytime you come to the table, in this case here, I am solids because I made a sol on the break. The first thing I do is look and see where every one of my solids are at, and then I also observe the 8-ball, because I have to be able to figure out right here and now if I'm even going to attempt to run the table, knowing that this right here is an issue. Because now that I've identified the issue, I have to figure out how to solve the issue if it's even solvable. In other words, how could I possibly break this stuff up and then still continue to run? That's one thing. So what are some potential options? Well, the 4-ball is kind of out in the open, so maybe I can do a 4-1 combination. That's a potential, that's a possibility. If I can figure out maybe how to get my cue ball somewhere over here, then maybe I can cut the 6 in and try to drive the cue ball over here. I got to be careful though, because I don't want to risk bumping into the 8-ball and causing the 8-ball to carom off this 11 and then go into the pocket, because then I lose the game. All right, so this is where I got to wonder, am I even going to try to run this table? All right, I'm already solids. Maybe I'll just peck off a ball or two and then try to play safe. I don't exactly remember. So it looks like I'm going for the 2-ball. I drew back for the 3. And see, now I'm focused back on this area here. That's what I'm doing standing over here. It looks like I'm eyeballing the 4-1 combination, or it looks like I'm looking at it now. I'm not bothering with the 3. Right? There was the 4-1 combination, but what reward did I just get from that? I just tied up my 4-ball. Right? So really, this ends up showing me that this was a really bad decision to make. Oh, look at that. I tried to draw onto the 4-ball. I bumped into the 4-ball, but then locked it back up. So at this point, this is where I pretty much have to give up. And this is a mistake not only do I make, but I see a bunch, and I mean a bunch of players make when they're playing 9-ball. This is where you really, really have to check yourself and make sure that you just don't shoot off balls that can be shot at. The reason being is because at this point in time, if I'm not careful, I can just simply lose the rack from here the moment I let my opponent come back to the table. Because if my opponent is smart enough, they'll basically maybe make a ball or two and then play safe. And then, basically just kind of like peck away at the rack until the rack is over. I see this all the time, especially with lower ranked players, because there's the simple obsession of, hey, I can make this ball, so let's go ahead and make it. And yes, making the ball is good in the short run, but then you got to think about the long run. So where if you knew, for example, that you can make all of your balls, but the 8-ball is tied up, well then, what are you going to do when you get to the 8-ball? You can't shoot it anywhere. You're not going to be able to end the game. You could potentially say, well, I should be able to win the game because now I'm going to be on the 8-ball. It depends on who your opponent is. You can see here I end up fouling. And it depends on who your opponent is. Because if your opponent attempts to match you shot for shot, then yes, maybe you could still win. But you have to remember that when you're in that position, you're waiting for your opponent to miss so badly that they're going to give you a shot at the 8-ball or your last ball that might be on the table. That's the position that you're in. So at some levels of the APA scale, that strategy is actually okay to do. But then towards the upper half of the skill ladder, that is not a good strategy to go against. Because if your opponent is smart enough, they will just peck the rack away and keep you hidden from the ball or balls that you need to shoot at until they're ready to attack the entire table. So when I look at this table here for my opponent now that he's doing his thing, I'm curious what he's going to do with this particular area here. Let's see how he decides to address it. Well, he doesn't, since he doesn't make that ball. So now that it's my turn, it's a rinse and repeat process. Let's see what balls are left. The 9-ball's gone. This is where I can severely get lost with keeping track of this stuff, especially if I'm talking during every one of these. So here's where I definitely got to decide the same exact thing. At 4-ball's in trouble. The 5-ball kind of has a couple of options, but I got to get the cue ball on a finite spot in order to be able to get there. So let's see what am I doing with this 3-ball. I'm trying to break out my 4-ball. Look at that. Unsuccessful. So, right, so look at the position that I'm putting myself in. I once had 3 options on the table. Now I'm down to 2 options. So I have to give the table back to my opponent. So unless I get lucky, if I'm gonna try to do a random fluke shot. But now I have to hope that I get back to the table and hope that my opponent accidentally allows me an opportunity to address my 2 options. And typically you would think that's not going to happen. So that's why you got to be very careful and not just shoot off balls just because you can. If there are balls that are makeable and you see that there are balls that are not makeable, Sometimes it's not in your favor to make the balls that can be made just because. I hope that makes sense. Because like I said, it's the most common mistake that I see happen in 8-ball. So once again, I'm curious what my opponent is going to do with this 11-ball. Whoops. This is not a foul. I just have to ask him to move it back. How many of y'all have done that before? I know I've done it. Okay, goes from the 10, gets position on the 12. Now I like this pivot. He's got position on the 14. Is he going to try to break out my 4-ball? That's what he tried, but he didn't make the shot. And then my stuff gets cluttered up more. Here's the kind of the pros and cons of 8-ball when you think about it. Right? I'm almost in a position where I can't win. Oh, but what did I just look at there? Does the 8-5 combo work if I shoot the 4 into the 8? The 8-ball cannot be the beginning ball of a combination. And you certainly wouldn't want it to be the end ball of a combination because that means you're shooting it in early and you're going to lose the game. But it can be the middle ball of a combination. So a 4-8-5 combo, it worked. And now what? See, so when you really look at this scenario here, unless I bank that 4-ball in, I would think I'm supposed to lose this rack. Oh, and I banked it. Look at, holy cow. How often do you see something like that happen, depending upon how the ball is spinning? Look what happens. I'm banking it to my right. When it comes off that other rail, it goes back to the left. How does that happen? You got to be careful with speed and spin when you do stuff like this. Okay, so here's something I typically like to do, and I get to ask the viewers. If you're my opponent, and this is what you're coming to the table to, what order are you about to shoot all of the balls in? Got the 11 ball here. This is the 12 ball. This is the 15 ball. And I think this is the 14 ball. What order are we shooting in? And where are we shooting the 8 ball? I want to see how many players think the same way as I do. Any takers? Otherwise, I'll just let the match go on. Hey, there we go. Let's see. S3204, he's saying let's start with the 11 ball, then go to the 12, then play the 14, then the 15, and then the 8 in the side. Sydney likes to start with the 12 ball, which is this ball here. Then the 11 to play the combo, and then you would expect that either the 15 ball might go in after the combo, or the 15 ball would replace the ball and then go in, and you'd play the 8 ball in the side as well. Bang Time Pool likes 12, 11, play the 14 and 15. So everybody's pretty much ending with these 2 balls here being the key balls. I don't have an issue with that. And then Adam Marr says 12 ball, 11. Everybody's pretty much saying the same thing. So this is cool. Let's see if my opponent does that. Okay, we start with the 11. Ooh, okay, so there's the combo. Well, we kind of let the cue ball loose on that one and got fortunate that we can play the 12 in the side. Oh, rattles the ball there. So I have one more opportunity, so I better not blow it. Here, I think I can just roll the ball and let it go from one side to the other. And I actually won the first rack. I actually thought I was supposed to lose that rack with the way that it was going. There's a nice pop break. But look at, oh my gosh, look at that. You got to be kidding me. Let's look at this again. Look at this pop and squat. Kick, kick, kick. Like the cue ball gets like kicked 4 times until it finally scratches in the side pocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And looks like there's at least stripes. So it's still an open table because I scratched, but it looks like the 9 ball fell. Where'd my opponent go? There he is. So from an open table, let's see what my opponent decides to do. Looks like he likes solids. Definitely going from the 4 to the 5. All right, so immediately, what are my concerns? Here and here. It looks like the 6 might be able to go to the side pocket. He might be trying to play position for the 3. Good shot on the 3. Does the 2 pass by the 13? Because if it does, I think that's the shot that I'm taking next. He agrees. Here's the 2 ball. We've got the 3, 4, and the 5 gone. Good shot on the 1. He's got the 6. Is he going to have shape on the 7, though? You have to take the 6 now, I would think. Oh, he's really contemplating what to do here. All right, I got to speed this up from here. Okay, he decides to take the 7. This is going to be tricky. I think I would shoot the 6 no matter what. And he overcuts the 7. Okay, so now my opponent is in the position that I was previously in. So now it's a matter of, well, am I going to assess whether or not if I can run the table, or am I just going to peck off a couple of balls and then play safe? So it looks like I'm set on shooting the 14 ball. It looks like I came over here and glanced at the combination. Okay, 14 goes down. Am I gonna draw off the 13 into these two balls here? Looks like it. Okay, there's that. I don't want that ball to fall. That kind of messed things up a bit. So now I have to look at the combination. All right, combo's all well and good, but then now I'm stuck. So now we're at an even point between me and my opponent. Actually, this ball's gone now. I would think I'm not gonna make this ball. Yeah. I just play safe and see what my opponent's gonna do. What do y'all do here? I would think you have to shoot at the 6, right? You don't want to risk freeing up my ball as well as your own. There's no harm in freeing up the 6, though. It looks like my opponent agrees. All right, and that's actually one heck of a safety there because he's forcing me to move my 10 ball now. And I thought I could just bump it and have it come back, and then my opponent still would only be able to see the 6 ball. It looks like he can hit the 7, but I don't think he can make it. I think the 10 ball came back in the way a little bit. These are usually fun scenarios to end up in because it just basically boils down to who's got the better move game. And in this situation, if he can see the 7, I don't see any harm with just skimming the 7 and having it block my 10 and put the cue ball like, right over here or something. Can he make it? Oh, never mind. He can make it. Oh, good shot on the 6 ball. Had to have had a lot of inside spin in order to pull that one off there. Nice straight in shot for the 8 to go into this pocket. This should be my opponent's rack here. For those that are not familiar with APA, when you shoot the 8 ball in, you have to mark the pocket with some sort of personal item. Usually at this level here of the league format, meaning the local league format, some players do agree to just go ahead and call the pocket. But once you pass this portion of the league and you go into like the world qualifiers or even nationals, there's no agreeing to calling the pocket. You have to mark the pocket with a personal object. Failing to do so and pocketing the 8 ball can actually cause a loss of game, even if it's as obvious as that shot right there. Now, holy crap, what a break. How many balls fell? 9. 10's gone. See the 11's still on the table. 12 and 13 are gone. I can't tell if that's the 14 or 15. And it looks like the 6 ball's gone. Opponent decides to play the bank shot. Doesn't look like he got rewarded. Tom, you do have to take what you make on the break unless you make at least one of each. So like if you make 2 stripes and a solid, you're not stripes. It's still just an open table because you've at least made one of each. If you make just stripes, then you're stripes. If you make just solids, then you're solids. Good kick by my opponent. Okay, I would definitely have to think that I'm going to probably play safe at some point in time here. When I came over here, I probably checked to see if the 3 ball could be made. If the 3 ball could be made, then I would probably go aggressive and try to run out. Well, let's see what I do. Bottom spin. What the heck am I doing? And I end up fouling. What the heck was I doing with bottom spin? Whee! One more instant replay. How many of y'all have done that before? I know I can't be the only one. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, cue ball control, sometimes I have to be able to laugh mistakes off like this. Like, otherwise, why would I show it? Right? I mean, I'm still human. I'm not a perfect player. Sometimes you just have to be able to laugh at your own mistakes. Especially since this is all for educational purposes. Because actually, you know what? Let's go back. And what I'm curious about, yeah, you see how jabby I am with my stroke? Like my timing was way off on that one. Look at that. You can see where I'm at right here, and then right at the last second, I dove down, which is basically what causes the tip of my cue to come up. So my stroke at this point here was not straight back and not straight forward. It went straight back and then kind of dove down at the last second. That pretty much causes that miscue. And then I like to refer, I usually like to refer to this as the snake bite. And I'm curious if I did that because I was worried about the cue ball coming back and hitting my cue. But now I'm still just questioning what in the world was I trying to do drawing the ball like this? Because like I got a lot of bottom spin on the cue ball in order to be able to do something like that. So I'm not entirely sure. All right, my opponent made this shot. Does he make the 8? Oh, he overcuts the 8. I have another chance. Let's see here. Okay, was able to make the 5. Okay, broke everything out there. Even made the 2 ball. I would think the 7 has to be next. There's that draw again. Oh, did you see the spin that had to have been on that ball as well? It wasn't just straight draw. He goes down. Probably just going to roll this to the side rail and back out. Cue ball can practically be anywhere on the table. And it looks like my opponent gave me that one. Ooh, so I got away with that one. And a dry break. Nothing goes. Got a nice, decent spread on the table. See what my opponent decides to do with it. Looks like he likes stripes. 10 ball in the corner. Oh, he fires it in. Look at that. Sets up for the 11 ball. So really, once again, when you start doing this, like once the set was claimed, then I would expect that you would take more time to figure stuff out, because now, what do you do here? Because then that will dictate how this ball gets played, as far as I'm concerned. And I don't think I saw that thought. To me, it just didn't seem like I saw that thought process from my opponent here. He makes a great shot here on the 10 ball. Right, and has position on the 11. But to me, it looks like he comes over here and proceeds to shoot the 11. I think at the very least, I would have taken just a little bit more time to really try to figure out what I'm going to do with this ball here before I just make a snap decision on how I'm going to shoot that 11 ball. Because now you can see here, it doesn't look like he likes what he got. Because I don't think that, I can't tell what color ball that is. It looks like maybe it's the 10 ball. It doesn't look like it goes anywhere. No, he just shot the 10. This has to be the 15. Ooh, what an attempt there. This is actually not a bad leave either. Okay, so let me get to here. All right, get out of the way. There. Okay, so I get to come to the table and rinse and repeat the process that I talked about. Here's my 4 ball, my 6 ball, my 3 ball, my 1 ball, my 5 ball, my 7, my 2, and my 8. It looks like the most troublesome area is going to be this, to which maybe if I use the 1 ball to go into the side, I can get position on the 3 to go here and potentially bump out the 6 ball. But does the layout of the table, especially my opening shot, which really doesn't look like I have one, allow me to do that? Now, you got a sneak peek of what already came to mind when I came to the table. And that's this right here. Playing the 2 ball off the 7 to go into the corner, knowing that my 7 ball is going to be coming somewhere down here. Now, I might be able to get position on the 1, since I have no choice but to play this 2 ball with topspin. There's that. Cue ball rolls just a little too far. Now, maybe the 6 goes as well, now that I accidentally bumped into it. I can't tell, but both the 6 and the 3 should go here. I don't know if the 3 ball goes into the side pocket. And then my 4 ball is kind of tricky, right? Because how do I get my cue ball to land somewhere, you know, in either here or somewhere in this window so I can shoot it in the corner? Ooh, am I going to try to get there now? No. Okay. I just play the 1. I have position on the 5 or the 7. So I think here, this is where I'm going to try to get to that 4 ball, probably with some right spin. Yep, that's what I tried, and I end up massively undercutting the ball. Holy cow. So the thought process is there, the planning is there, but if the execution is not there, what difference does it make? Okay, opponent decides to start with the 13 ball. Pop that one a little nicely. You look at the layout of the table, I would think my opponent's 14 ball becomes the tricky ball. This is the ball that has the priority. Okay, good shot there. Hey, Loping CSF, you have yourself a good night, bud. Thanks for stopping by. Does the 14 pass the 6? I didn't think so. Unless he's going to play it for the side pocket. So, hopefully you see what I mean by the priority. My opponent decided to leave this ball last. You can see he wants that there so that way he can cut it into the corner and possibly come 2 rails out to get position on the 8. I would only be curious. Whoops, I didn't mean for that to happen. I would only be curious if we go back and look. Here's where my opponent decided to start when he played the 13 ball. I'd only be curious if there would be a different pattern that my opponent should have attempted to do to prioritize this ball, the most troublesome ball, instead of leaving the most troublesome ball to the end. So what do we think? What could we have done? Really trying to look here. Or if anybody has any suggestions, feel free to put them in the chat. I'd want to get, me personally, I'd want to get there as soon as possible. Okay, so Khalil, you're suggesting the 9 ball. I'm not sure I would agree with that, because if we cut the 9 like this, well, maybe if we could accurately run into the ball, but then that also kind of means maybe we could be turning things a little loose, because this is a thin back cut and the 9 ball's got a ways to travel. So you do have to put some pace behind that cue ball, which means you could lose the cue ball. This seems a little risky, in my opinion, though I do think it, though I do agree that it still can be an option. This is tough, but hopefully y'all can see what I'm talking about, how important this 14 ball ends up being. I'm almost inclined to say that we can go ahead and start with the 13 ball like my opponent did and kind of come back this way, but I wouldn't be concerned about this ball. I'd be using this ball, maybe. And I probably would try to figure out, how do I play this ball to get on that ball? You know, especially to get the position that he was talking about, where he wants to get right here, so that way he can try to cut it in like this. That way he can come out for this ball and then probably have to use the 9 as the last ball for the 8 ball. That's one potential option that I see here. Though I don't think it's the best one. But hopefully the point that I'm trying to make here makes sense, right? I mentioned earlier that 14 ball right at the beginning of his run was the most troublesome ball, and he left it at the end. Now, there's nothing for me to say. If he would have hit the transition that he wanted and got position on the 14 ball and then got position on the 8 and got out, that's all well and good. He ends up winning the rack. My counter argument to that would be, well, let's set up the scenario again and let's see how many times my opponent could do it out of 10. Versus if there was a better pattern that allows him to get out more times than this pattern, that's what I'm talking about. So I hope that makes sense. All right, so I'm kind of safe in this position here. I think I just checked to see if I can make my 4 ball or to know whether or not if the 14 ball's in the way. So I've got options that I can play here. Looks like I might be starting with the 6 ball. That must have been a drag shot if my cue ball rolled forward on that. So I have to believe I'm going to hit that 14 ball after my 4 ball, so I want to spin with inside, like this. Looks like I might be going for the 3 ball. Uh-oh. I don't think I necessarily wanted that to happen. Now, I tell you what, though. Let's go back and look at this. When I played this 4 ball, you see how my cue ball spun all the way to the side rail? I probably would have really loved if my cue ball stopped right there. Can anybody imagine why I would want my cue ball to stop right there instead of where it landed? Because when you look at this, now I can play the 7 ball in the corner and kind of just hold my cue ball right here. Play the 3 ball in the side, hold my cue ball right here. Or maybe draw back a little bit, actually. So that way I can play the 5 and hold my cue ball right here and then play the 8. And look at the lines. The cue ball doesn't even move. Like, that would have been the most optimal thing that could have happened for me. But since my cue ball rolls away from me for a little bit, it now makes the 7 ball harder. It's still an option that I can take. I just seem to think that the 3 ball at this point was an easier option than the 7 ball. So now my end pattern ends up having a whole lot of movement, which means there is some risk of me not getting out from here if I'm not careful. Right? Because now I have to play the 5 and then use the 7 to get position on the 8. Not the most ideal thing that we could have done. You see, I don't even like it, but it's what I got to deal with. You can see that's the unfortunate part. If I'd have rolled that any softer, I probably could have increased my chances of making it. and then my cue ball would be somewhere over here, and I would just have a harder shot on the 7 ball. Maybe that's what I should have done. Or maybe I should have shot the 5 ball more accurately with the same pace. Let's see, is my opponent going to cut this ball or is he going to bank it? Looks like he tried to cut it. Did he make it? Get out of the way. He didn't make it. Let's see here. Crazy Taco, you want to know if I popped up on the 5 ball? Well, let's have a look. It's possible. I mean, you can see my head slightly move. And I can tell you that usually has to do with the way, you know, when I swing my arm and trying to make sure that my cue doesn't basically knock myself in the chin, especially with my beard hair. But I don't know. I mean, y'all tell me. I wouldn't consider this popping up. Would y'all? I just massively undercut the ball. All right, so as long as that 5 ball goes past the 14 ball, I should be able to just shoot the 7 ball in and get position on the 5. Actually, in either pocket. But I would think I would shoot the 5 in the same pocket, like this. Because all I did was just roll the ball in. I would think here I'm going to be pushing the cue ball to the rail. I don't even think I need any side spin. Because the angle already brings the cue ball down here, no matter what. Side spin would have just brought the cue ball closer to the 8 ball, and my cue ball would be like somewhere over here. So sometimes you have to know when to use side spin and when not to use side spin. Because the natural roll already has the angle needed to come off of the first rail. All right, I was able to take that one down. And remember, what was the last ball on the table? The most troublesome one in my opponent's end pattern. And that's the one that cost him the rack. Oh, cue ball's out of control with that pop. But I made a ball. What did I make? 1, 2, 3. I don't see the 4 ball. 5, 6, 7, and then 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I'm solids. So everything looks kind of good here. I think the reason why you saw me kind of do this action here is because I'm just flat on this 7 ball, and I don't even think I can create an angle. Yeah, so that's why I play a stop shot. Am I going to try to play the 5 in the side or the 5 all the way up? I would think the side pocket. Oh, right into the point of the pocket, and I end up bobbling the ball. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, so we look at this table. And what do we think? Would we all agree that this is the most troublesome ball? For my opponent? Let's see how my opponent decides to pick these off. I'm going to say is that Johannes. I think I pronounced that correctly. Thank you so much for following me on Facebook. I really do appreciate it. On Ashari, thank you so much for following me on Facebook. And Tom, I couldn't agree with you more. He should be shooting at that 9-ball now. I'd only be curious if we go back and look, is like, could there have been a pattern that he could have done that would have gotten him there sooner? That way he would have more options on the table to go to after the 9-ball. Notice how like all of his options are starting to get cut off. Right? Going from the 9 to the 11 or the 9 to the 12 is really difficult. But wait a minute. Is he leaving that 9-ball last? He is. Let's see if it works out for him. Because again, the most troublesome ball on the table is the one he left last. Let's see if it costs him or if he's able to manage it. And it looks like it might cost him. All right, so if I didn't bring home the point on the last rack, this should clearly bring it home. If you can identify the troublesome balls on the tables, those are the ones that have priority on how you should try to break them apart, get position on them, shoot them off the table or whatever, because otherwise, if there are too many troublesome spots on the table, you should pretty much be able to say to yourself, you ain't running the table. So just maybe peck a ball off or put a ball in front of a pocket and block the pocket. You know, just do something that's going to prolong the game. And hope that your opponent doesn't run out. Okay, good kick by my opponent. So my 5-ball looks to be the most troublesome ball now. There I am looking at it. I'm giving it its attention. I want to know whether or not if I could shoot it into the side pocket. There, and looks like I'm trying to prioritize to see, like, can I shoot the 1-ball and get position on the 5-ball? Uh-oh. Oh, what is that all about? Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? That has to be luck. I can't sit there and try to claim that that's what I was trying to do. I got a little lucky. All I can say is I am trying to prioritize that 5-ball. Maybe I was trying to bump into it. That's why I came around the way that I did and just got super lucky with the position that I landed on the ball. But now that I've dealt with the most troublesome ball on the table, the rest of the table is easier. So now I've hopefully increased my chances at being able to run the table. But let's find out. I'm still human. I can still mess up. I just roll this ball in, come down to the short rail and back out, so that way I can kind of draw off the 6-ball and play the 8 in the same corner that I just played the 2. Oh, I just roll the ball. I don't try to do anything fancy with it. And I play the 8 in the corner and I get on the hill. All right, when I'm on the hill in APA 8-ball, I do try to make the 8-ball on the break by going for the 2nd-ball break. Right, because I'm usually guaranteed that I'm going to move that 8-ball out of the rack, and if I get lucky enough to drop it somewhere, I end up winning the rack. And then with this, I would have won the entire match. Did I make a ball? 1, 2, 3. Or no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't see the 7. Looks like I might be solids. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, I'm solids. Crazy Taco, this is actually a good question. Of this session that we're watching here, I have the 9-ball team was able to qualify for Tri-Cups, which is kind of like a playoff session, and we won the Tri-Cups, so we get to go to the World Qualifier. I think that happens in March. I have to double check the dates. If we can win the if my 9-ball team can win the World Qualifier, then we get to go back to Vegas. I haven't been to Vegas in quite some time. Actually, the last time I went to Vegas was with my 8-ball Scotch doubles partner, Josh. And I had an 8-ball team a few years ago that went to Vegas. So right now, with the current session, I'm trying to qualify the 8-ball team. Opponent makes a good kick. Almost flukes the 13 ball off my 1. So we look at this, and I wonder, am I going to run the table? I don't think so. I've got 3 troublesome spots on the table. This spot here I can probably deal with. I've got some balls that are around it that I can actually be able to maybe break the 3 out. Not entirely sure what I'm going to do with this 1 ball. The 6 ball, even though it goes over here, like how in the world do I get my cue ball to land over here? So I don't think I'm going to attempt to run this table, but let's find out. So it looks like I tried to break out the 3 ball right then and there. It was unsuccessful. So how many of y'all would do this? Who would play this combination here? This looks like a 4-5 combination. Who would play this instead of shooting the 6 ball? Right? I made the ball. I don't get a fortunate leave off of anything. How many of y'all would have left the 6 ball there? So you have 2 8-ball teams already qualified for Vegas. That's awesome. Oh, look at that. I tried to play my 1 ball off of his stripe to go into the side pocket. But this is an okay scenario to be in because look at the tricky spots that my opponent has to deal with. Right? And this is the only free ball. All right, so let's see what my opponent does with this. Tries to cut the 9 in the side pocket. Leaves me a shot. So, now it's my turn. I have a troublesome area. Oh, what the heck am I looking at? Am I really about to try this? Looks like I am. That's what I tried. Do I get lucky? I do not. Tried to play a billiard combo. Oh, that side pocket just does not like my opponent. Here, I definitely have to be trying to play this with some left spin. I want to try to break that 3 ball out after I shoot the 5. And I've got the 1 ball and the 4 ball as backup shots. I can't guarantee myself if I'm going to have like some sort of position on the 3 ball. All right, so I've got a very favorable position right now with all this mess that my opponent has to deal with. The problem being, though, is that I don't know if I want to play the 3-4 combination because the 3 ball only goes into this pocket, and I can't shoot the 1 ball and hold position, so I'm probably going to take the 3-4 combination. Oh, no, never mind. I'm cutting the 3 over here. This looks like I might be using this type of spin. And I undercut the ball. If I'd have made it, I got position on the 1, then I can use the 4, and then I get to the 8. All right. Oh, what a shot by my opponent. Holy cow. I did not see that. I did not see that one coming. Plays the billiard off my ball. Ooh, I might have got a little lucky here after he played the billiard. Uh-oh. Is he hooked? I think he is. You have to try to curve this around my 1 ball. Oh, and he almost nails it. Good hit. Okay, so there I look to see if the 1 ball can go into the side pocket, and if it does, then there's really no reason for me to try to break it out. I'm curious if I'm going to try to play from the 4 to the 1 from here. I don't know what I was thinking when I did that. Maybe playing from the 4 to the 1 just wasn't possible to like hold in such a small location here. And actually, now that I see this, I wonder if I was thinking about playing the cue ball into the rail and then coming back out, or coming over here for the breakout. That looks like I'm going for the breakout, judging by how I'm cueing. No, I guess not. Oh, he wants to look and see if I'm going to foul. This usually gets to me, like when my opponent is actually concerned like that, because now I get concerned about hitting the 8-ball first, right? So I didn't foul, but I end up undercutting the ball. So if I do attempt to cut it more, now it makes me wonder whether or not if I would have fouled, would I have hit the 8-ball first? I think with that, my opponent's going to be able to take this rack. And at this point, we must have agreed to go ahead and start calling it. Ooh, what are we turning that cue ball loose for like that? Hey, there went the 9-ball. I saw a ball go here in the corner. Which one was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, you make a couple of stripes. The 9-ball's gone. There's the 10, the 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 are gone. He made 3 balls on the break. So you can see here that 3 stripes were made, so he has to be stripes. Sneaks his 11 ball past my 6. And then gets no reward out of it. He has a kick opportunity, at least at this ball, and if he at least makes it, he'll have some sort of position on these 2 balls, but it's kind of back to the same principle that I talked about. Is it really worthwhile to kick this ball in? I mean, clearly he doesn't want to foul, but I don't think it'd be any benefit to be able to kick this ball in. He definitely just wants to make sure that he doesn't give me ball in hand. Especially after you accidentally break open everything. Okay. So, let's ask the same question. What's everybody's pattern? And where are we playing the 8-ball? Now, I honestly don't remember what I did here. So I'm curious to see what everybody comes up with. While I try to remember, or at least I'm going to depict what I think I'm going to do here. Because personally, if this 3-ball passes the 15, I think I like starting with the 3-ball first to go here. Even if it doesn't pass the 15 or the 13 ball, I don't mind shooting it up here. It's just that my next ball is the 4-ball, I would think. Because I would try to put my cue ball, actually, I'd want my cue ball somewhere right around here. Shoot the 4-ball in, and then I would hope that I can do this to get on the 1. Play the 1 into the corner, and then come up here like this. From here, I have plenty of options that I think I can come up with. I would tend to think, though, that my 2-ball or the 5-ball are the key balls. Because if I really were to play this position, I'd probably play the 7 next, stop the cue ball, play the 6 into the corner, and then come back out to the middle of the table, and then all I have left is the 2 and the 5. I'm okay with the 2 or the 5 being up here at the end, because as long as my cue ball is somewhere right here when I'm over, I've got a shot at the 8. So let's see here. Khalil, you like the 2-ball, then the 3 ball, then the 5 ball, then the 7, the 4, the 6, the 1, and the 8. So I have to wonder what pockets are these balls going in. So for example, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. I would think you're going to start with the 2 ball like this. Maybe stop the cue ball. Play the 3 over here if it does pass by that ball. And then I guess another stop shot. That's actually looking good so far. Then the 5 to go here. And you'd have to maybe try to get the cue ball to do this. Play the 7 in the corner. Draw back for the 4. This is where I think it gets kind of tricky as far as I'm concerned. To move from the 4 to the 6 to the 1 and then from the 1 to the 8. They're clearly options. I'm not dismissing that they're options. It's just that if you can help it in 8-ball, you would almost want your last few shots to have very little cue ball movement. And in general, when you're playing 8-ball, you want your cue ball to move very little in general. Sometimes the layout dictates that you have to kind of move your cue ball 2 rails or, stun over to, or spin 3 rails, it's et cetera, et cetera. Typically, when I try to build my patterns, depending upon the layout of the table, my end pattern might have a little bit of movement at the beginning, but then the movement gets less and less towards the end, if I can help it, because that would at least be the plan that I try to execute. If I don't execute the plan accordingly, then I might have to pivot, and there might be a couple of more big movements that might have to occur. But then hopefully it starts to minimize itself at the end. So let's see what I decide to do, because this is what I do when I get to the table, especially with ball in hand. There, I think I just looked to see if the 3 passes the 13. And see, maybe the 3 doesn't pass the 13, but look. So I might be remembering correctly. Am I going to draw back for the 4? I wonder if I remembered the pattern correctly, because this is the pattern that stood out to me. Am I going to go from the 3 to the 4, and then where am I going to go from the 4 ball? Or am I going to go from the 3 to the 1? No, it looks like, is that a little bit of draw? Nope, that's a stop shot. So 3 to the 5. Or 7, or 2. Like you say, I have plenty of options here. I'm staring at that 7 ball. And you couldn't have said this any better. So 3 to the 7. Okay, so far, very, very little cue ball movement. Does that mean the 5 ball's next, and then I get position on the 4? Okay. Still very little cue ball movement. Where am I going from here? This is probably going to be a movement, maybe. That can't be what I wanted. That can't be what I would have wanted. I think I got a little unfortunate with the execution. So like William McDowell says, the plan has now changed. So I'm going from the 6. Am I going to the 1 ball from here? Got a lot of top spin on the ball. Okay, good cut on the 6. Nope. The plan is probably going to change again. So even the way I broke this down didn't really go nicely. Oh, so you see that there though? There I'm at least anticipating, well, if I cut this ball in, I know my cue ball is going to come up here like this. So I ended up planning for the 2 to go into the side pocket. So really big movement here at the end, which I typically don't like to do. All right, so there's the shape on the 2 ball. Looking one last time for position on the 8. Like I might be doing a stop shot. Or drag shot, I think, if my cue ball was a little low, and it looks like my opponent forfeits the match to me. And I ended up winning 5-2 there. So I actually want to go back and just look at this again. This is the shot that makes me really wonder what in the world I was trying to do. And then if we go back, even to here, I'd almost be curious if at this point here I should have went ahead and shot. You saw how I went from the 6 to the 1, and then from the 1 to come back to the 2. I wonder if I should have shot the 6 now, go from the 6 to the 1, and then when I cut the 1 in, I now come back up table for the 4, 5, or the 2. I wonder if this would have been a good pivoting point at this time here. Clifford, you were wondering if I was trying to get above the 2. So let's have a look. So when I shoot this ball in, I get above the 2 without bumping into it. What's my next pivot? So yeah, Stan, you're pretty much saying the same thing. So same pocket as the 4. Okay, I can see that. And then what am I going from the? Maybe I'm going from the 2 to the 6 to the 1. But then that's still a lot of movement there. Towards the end, like I don't like the idea that I did a lot of movement towards the end. So that's why I wonder. Right here is probably where I should have pivoted and shot the 6 here. Take the 6, go to the 1. And take the 1 into the corner like I did for the out, and then come back up here for the 4, 5, and the 2. And then I think that reduces my cue ball movement, which I would think increases my chances. Nonetheless, the pattern that I ended up having to do because of my execution as well, I got it to work. I'd only be curious how often could I get it to work, which is another reason why I like looking at this stuff here, just so I can maybe figure out if there were other alternatives that I can do, which basically reminds me to constantly look at the table, constantly look at the patterns, and then, of course, make sure that my execution can do the same. For my opponent, when it at least comes to playing 8-ball, if you happen to catch this match here, hopefully what I pointed out makes sense and can help you out in your game, where if you know that there are trouble spots on the table and you have abilities and opportunities to deal with them, you definitely should try to deal with them as soon as possible and not towards the end. Dealing with them towards the end clearly is an option, but if you don't have the correct cue ball control, like you saw on some of your shots, you don't land the position that you need on the most troublesome ball, it pretty much causes you to lose the rack. So it would be a matter of just slowing down, looking at the patterns just a little bit more, just to see if there's a way to get there sooner. And if there isn't one, then maybe play a safe, block a pocket, or do something. So hope that helps you out. And of course, viewers, I hope that helps out as well. All right, there's that. Let's see here. I'm going to be setting up for the next 2 matches. think this one was next. Oh, 3 hours into this. How's everybody doing? I gotta get this done. I gotta get this done. Everybody like my little Pac-Man ghost there? He's actually responding to every little noise that I make. Turn down the sensitivity. And I don't think, well, see if there's no noise, it doesn't do anything. But if he picks up any noise, then he starts to blink. All right. Well, all right. So he's gonna still be just dancing back there in the background. Okay, let's see here. Does anybody have any questions while I'm setting up for the next match? We're gonna get through this, folks. I don't know why my where is it? Why does the Facebook number keep disappearing? It really bugs me. I'm gonna have to maybe report that. To my third-party tool that's supposed to be able to handle that for me. I've seen it show a number, like right now it's showing 8. And then it just eventually just goes blank. I don't know why it does that. Ugh. The one thing about doing these live streams, vocals. That's why you see me chewing on cough drops from time to time. Very cool. Happy to see that the commentary is enjoyable. Well, Kyle Kerr, I do appreciate you being here. I don't expect everybody to stay here all the way through. I mean, it's great when you do. That's the great thing also about live streams, is that you can watch them after the fact. So I clearly appreciate when you're here. And if you need to, if you want to catch the remainder of the matches later on, that's perfectly fine as well. All right. Well, like I said, I want to try to still be able to get through this stuff. So let's keep on rolling, huh? Next match. Here we go. Because here is another 9-ball match. And in this matchup here, I'm playing up against another skill level 7. And actually, I wonder, let me check one thing. Because I'm trying to remember what his 8-ball skill level is. Because the opponent that I play here, I do end up playing again. Yeah, so he's a 7 and 8-ball. Or sorry, 7 and 9-ball. And he's also a 7 and 8-ball as well. All right, so it's very similar to the last opponent that I ended up playing. And matter of fact, this opponent is on the same team as the last opponent that I played on. So these are separate weeks that we got to play each other. All right, so in this matchup here, I'll be going to 75 again, while my opponent goes to 55. Let's see how this match plays out. Who will break first? Looks like I will. How many times have y'all done that before when you accidentally lag just a little too soft and it barely passes the side pocket after it hits the foot rail? All right, so here it looks like we're using regular racks as well. We're not using the triangle rack. So am I going to be trying the flat break first? Nope, that was the cut break. And I just didn't make a ball. So we're back on 9 balls. This is more kind of like just commentating as to what's happening in the match. And unless there happens to be like a moment where we can actually like maybe dissect and learn something, then we'll have that dialogue. So like, for example, this shot here, I'm pretty sure at this point here, I'm probably going to go for it. And then since I didn't get the position, now it's going to be a safety. And I wanted to highlight this area because now sometimes what I've been doing in this particular scenario, I'm not doing it. I clearly didn't do it this time because I went ahead and made it. But sometimes what I've been doing lately is I will purposely hit this ball a little bit thicker, which means I'm clearly going to undercut the ball because I'm going to play safe. And what I do is I put a boatload of right spin on the ball, or I'm sorry, left spin in this case, because I'm going to get my cue ball to do this. At least that's what I would be attempting to do, while the one ball hopefully does this. As long as it's somewhere here in the mid area of the table and my cue ball is somewhere over here. This is something I've been doing a whole lot more lately. I just didn't happen to do it here. So because I didn't get position on the 2 ball, I'm curious if I'm going to play a similar safety and kind of 2 rail the cue ball back over here in between the 4, 9, and 3. This has definitely got to be done probably with some right spin. I'm going to try to catch that 2 ball thin, or am I banking it? There's that. No, see? I just didn't get it. See? I wanted the cue ball to end up right over here. You know, so I end up selling out the shot. All right, good shot by my opponent. He's able to see the 3 ball. Ooh, comes with a snappy bank shot. Look at that. Would have gotten position on the 4. Before I shoot the 3, you saw me look at the 4 ball to see if the 4 ball goes. So I'm probably going to play this with some top and probably a twist of right spin. Try to get the cue ball near where it's at now after it comes off the side rail. Kind of like this. Looks like I should be able to just draw off the 4 ball now, or kind of a stop shot, if you will. Now, what am I doing here? Inside or outside spin? I would think outside spin because the 8 ball's in the way. Yeah, so there's outside spin. Kind of zigzag my way up towards the middle of the table. I think here, I can just make the ball. Cue ball will naturally come off the short rail and start working its way back up over here for me to play the 7 in the side, maybe. Well, not if I overcut the ball. Whoops. Ooh, did he hit it hard enough? Maybe. Might have to bank the ball. No fear of banking the ball. Oh, but he scratches. Hey, Roger. Have a good night, man. Always glad to see you in here. So ball in hand on the 7 ball here. Roll to the side rail and come back out for an angle on the 8. That way I can shoot underneath the 9. Here I should be able to just roll the 8 ball in and be able to shoot the 9 ball into the opposite corner pocket. And probably even add a twist of right spin if I want to bring the side rail into the equation. Kind of like this. Oh, wait. Not kind of like that. What is that all about? I would have thought I would have hit the rail like much sooner, like right over here. But I was able to take the first rack down. The score looks good, 8-2. Okay, so I did a cut break on the first one. Let's see if I'm going to do it again. If I'm doing a cut break, that means my cue is I'm cueing somewhere down here. Yeah, there's the cut break. With no real decent position on the 1 ball at the cut it down table. I think the idea, if I were to roll this ball in, I would expect maybe something like this. Cue ball hits the side rail and just comes over here for the 2 ball. Kind of like that. But I undercut the ball because you see the 1 ball hit the rail pretty much right after I contacted the 1 ball. Now, did I get away with a safety though? Kind of, sort of, but my opponent comes out with a nice curve shot. Not sure how much of the 2 ball he can see with the 7 being there. Does he play it off the 9? Is that a foul? Wait a minute. That had to be a foul, right? The 7 ball can't move. Not from that position. I must have not been paying attention. Scenarios like this get a little tricky because they basically always say it's the shooter's call on what happens. And so when you have scenarios like that where there's a close call of a potential foul, you typically should have someone else come over and watch the shot. And whatever that person says, that ends up being the call. So I must not have been paying attention at the time when that shot occurred. So now it looks like I have to kick at the 3 ball. And I kicked wide. My goodness. Okay, decent shot there on the 3. Gets position on the 5. Really curious what's going to happen here with the 6 ball. Opponent just unleashes the cue ball. Maybe a 6-8 combination. That's what he tried. I know what I'm doing here. Typically, I try to maximize the amount of points that I can get. And sometimes that decision bites me in the rear end. Let's see if I make this 7 ball. See, and I don't. All right, so this is where I would look back and go, and what I mean by that, because again, if anybody's new that's joining here, when you play APA 9 ball, every ball is worth a point, and the 9 ball is worth 2 points. So what I really should have done here, and I clearly just didn't, was just to stop the cue ball and play a 7-9 combination, and then just end the rack. But a lot of the times I tried to maximize the number of points that I can get. So I tried to play position on the 7 like I did, and just missed the 7. So I don't think that when this scenario, when scenarios like this come up again, it's like, if I see the amount of movement I have to make just to be able to get position, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go ahead and set up for the combination. The only exception is if I would have had ball in hand. If I would have had ball in hand on the 6 ball, I probably would still try to get position on the 7 and maximize the number of points that I can get. Oh, what an attempt on a bank shot. So this should be cuttable. It looks like I might have some left spin on the ball here. Get off the short rail. Oh, I now have a better understanding about why I'm missing that type of shot. And it's an alignment issue. I always talk about how, regardless of what your skill level is, you look at my opponent, for example, you know, he plays, did he make the 8 ball too? No, he just makes the 9. So that 8 ball nobody gets. Wait. What did I do? This can't be right. There's 1 dead ball. Someone's missing a point. I'm going to go ahead and give it to my opponent. The point that I was trying to make here is, regardless of whatever your skill level is, when you're down on a shot, at the moment that you basically pull the trigger and shoot the cue ball, your eyes have told your brain, this looks right. So therefore, fire. And then you pretty much find out if you're right or if you're wrong. And so a lot of times when it comes to those long straight in shots, like that 8 ball that I did miss, and I happened to basically overcut the ball a lot of the times. So you saw how I cut the 8 ball into the side rail. Through brute force practicing, especially since all the straight pull that I play, I think I've now narrowed down the alignment to where I can see the shot a little bit better, meaning that I can actually see that I'm cutting the ball rather than hitting it straighter. Oh, what a lucky kick that I got off of that. So I've been able to make shots like that more times than before. I still miss them from time to time, but I've gotten better at making them. Now, this entire table looks runnable. I don't think the 6 and 7 are questionable to go into the side pocket. Well, unless, of course, I do that. This is not where I wanted the cue ball to end up for the 4 ball. Am I still going to try to cut it in the side? What am I doing here? Oh, I tried to bank it. I figured maybe I can get the 6 ball to drop or something. And then again, looking back in retrospect, this is where I can sit there and say, you know what? Maybe what I should have tried to do was to cut the ball, send it this way, so it goes out like that, and try to get the cue ball to do something like this. You know, distance. Let's say the cue ball leaks out and the 4 ball is, you know, out like this. I mean, at least the cue ball and the 4 ball are at opposite ends of the table. Sure, they can be able to see it, but there's at least some distance. And even though it's a 7-foot table and the distance isn't that great, this is definitely what I would probably try to do on a 9-foot table when there's 9 feet of distance. The principle remains the same to where you would want to create distance between the cue ball and the object ball. It's just that on 7-foot tables, the distance that you can have on a 7-foot table isn't as difficult as if we were on a bigger table. Okay, good shot there. Another good shot. Okay, opponent's putting together a pretty good package here. This will be interesting. Let's see what happens here. Oh, look at that. No fear. Attempt to hit the side rail. More than likely spin the cue ball back this way in order to get position. What am I doing? What am I doing? Interesting. Okay. I don't think I shoot like that anymore. Like, I'm okay with this position, but I probably would have 3-railed myself into this position rather than drawing myself into that position. Unfortunate that I caught the point. Let's see if I can make this shot, and then we're going to go back and look at that 7 ball again. Oh, very nice. Right into the heart of the pocket. Okay. Now, I want to go back and look at this 7 ball because I have ball in hand. So the question becomes, how many of y'all would attempt to play position somewhere over here, be able to play the 8 like this, and then be able to play the 9 like this? Versus what I was looking at, I definitely wanted my cue ball to land somewhere over here for some sort of cut angle on the 8 ball. And I'm actually not surprised that I drew into position on this particular night. I don't think I play like that anymore. Typically, what I would probably end up trying to do is place the cue ball a little bit closer like this and then spin my cue ball like this. Because that's just much more easier for me to control and to be a little bit more accurate. And once I hit this rail, it doesn't matter how far or how close I start getting to the 8 ball, unless, of course, I just hit it too hard and I land like somewhere right around here. But the idea is going to be is for me to land somewhere like this to have this type of a cut angle on the 8 ball. And I would have thought, I was actually surprised to see that I attempted to play this type of position from the 8 to the 9 instead of, again, going something like this, just like spinning my cue ball around, which I think would have been easier. So I don't know. Like I said, how many of y'all would have attempted to play short rail position and try to land in this small window? there's the cut break again. Did I scratch? Ah, you got to be kidding me. Oh, and I made the 5 ball. That's a dead ball. That's a point that nobody gets since a ball was made on a foul. Draw shot off the 1 ball to set up for the 2-4 combination. I guess it's okay that that ball fell. He's got position on the 3 ball. Oh, wait, the 5 ball's gone. So we can see that my opponent plays rather rapidly. I would comment that that could be somewhat of a downfall. Oh, look at that. I didn't get it. Tried to get in between the 8 and the 9, but I didn't get it. Hey, the safety worked, though. Maybe it worked. Okay, it kind of worked. It'd be one of those things where, like, if the cue ball stopped right here, like, what do you do when you play a decent safety like that and your opponent gets a good hit and the cue ball lands in a good spot? So here I would think I'd have to cut this and the cue ball has to go up and down the table. But I undercut the ball. That ends up selling. That probably ends up selling the rack out. Shot. All right. 19 all at this point. I don't think I gave my opponent a point. Oop. Cue ball control sometimes. I think this one was also before. And of the 4 that I have left in 2023, I think maybe 1 or 2 of them was after Demi left. Was after Demi showed up. Okay, good hit by my opponent. Oh, I tried to do my favorite cut cross bank. Got a little fortunate with the leave here. I'm pretty sure I was trying to bank that ball in, but I my cue ball crosses the path of the object ball when I do that. That particular type of bank. Good kick by my opponent. Gives me a little bit of a leave on it. Let me guess, I overrolled it. Yep. Oh, can I see it? Does that mean I might be going for the 5-ball? Well, that's at least what I tried. Good shot there. Good attempt there. I'm pretty sure at that point there, like, we look at this and you go, what's the deal? And then I think right here, you can see right here when he's looking at me and wondering if I want someone to come and watch the shot. And I told him, go ahead and shoot it. So like I said, at that point, I'm surrendering for him to tell me if it was a good hit or not. Which I would venture to say that was probably a good hit. Mainly because the cue ball is over here. I would think that if he would have hit the 9-ball first, the cue ball would not be over here. It'd be somewhere over here. Because you hit the 9, then you hit the 2, and then you draw back into position. Here he hit the 2, then hit the 9, and then drew over into this position. Oh, what's my hesitation? I probably don't like the transition that I'm going to get for the 4-ball. Basically tried to 2-rail to get position for the 4 on the side and end up undercutting the 3-ball. That is usually a problem. How many of y'all experience that? When you got a ball sitting in the pocket like this, and you hit it and the cue ball just sticks the way that it does instead of releasing itself and trying to actually move. That's where you got to definitely try to either thin the ball or hit the object ball thinner, or you definitely got to impart some backspin on the ball. What a shot by my opponent. I did not even realize the 4-ball passed the 8-ball. Then undercuts the 6-ball. Does he get a little lucky? Doesn't look like it if I'm shooting right at it. Yep. Yeah, just roll this ball in for position on the 8. Probably some right spin on this one, bring the cue ball pretty much right back where it's at. For position on the 9 in the corner. And that shot was with some draw. That allows me to Do I have the lead? I don't think I have the lead. My opponent only needs 33 more points to go to 55, while I need 49. So I don't have the lead just yet. Ooh, look at that. 9 on the break. And the 3 ball. I get those points. All the other points are dead balls. Nobody gets these points. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that looks right. Oh, did you see that? It looked like it was going to go again. It got kicked off by the 2. It looked like it was going to be 2 back-to-back 9-ball breaks. I think I got a little lucky and my opponent can't see the 1, so he has to kick at it. There is no push-out option in APA 9-ball. Opponent gets a good hit. I'm pretty sure I'm coming with a safety here. Well, not quite. I'm pretty sure I wanted my cue ball to be somewhere right here and kind of have the 9-ball as a blocker. Oh, holy cow, what a shot! What do you do with this 2-ball, though? I don't know what the intention was there. I'm playing safe. See what I mean? These are the decisions I need to make. These are the decisions I need to make more often. I could try to cut that 2-ball into the corner. I don't think that's an issue. The issue is getting position on the 3-ball, right? Like, and there's no way I'm getting position like right here. That's the most optimal position here, unless I want to set up for a bank shot. And why would I want to set up for a bank shot? Because then I have to bank the 3 and get position on the 4. So that's why I went ahead and opted to play this type of safety. Just draw the cue ball back behind the 8-ball while the 2-ball goes up to the other side of the table. And I've been making more decisions like this lately. Good attempt at a 2-rail kick. Breaking up some stuff obviously helps me out a little bit. The table is a little bit more open now. Like I might be drawing off the 2, or stunning, if you will. Cheating the pocket with some topspin. Yep, that's what I did. 4-ball can go into the side pocket. I'd like to, as much as I'm flirting with the scratch, you would think here, but I definitely want the cue ball to be further down like this, so that way I can shoot the 4 in and kind of roll past this way to get position on the 5-ball. Kind of like this. This here has got to have some right spin on it so I can get on the other side of the 9-ball. Oh, I spun the crap out of that ball. Christian Cuto, I hope I said that correctly. Thank you so much for following me on Facebook. Now, I wasn't expecting to have this type of a back cut shot on the 6 ball, but I'm pretty sure I'm going for it. And then I get hooked. All risk and no reward. All right, so here's the one rail kicking system that's on my channel. This, like I said, this is the one that Tony Robles taught me. So I'm hoping to at least hit the ball. Let's see how close I might get to making it. Oh, never mind. The probability of me at least being able to hit the ball when I do that measurement at least is really high. But then we have to take into consideration that I hit that rather hard. So since I was aiming more to try to kick it into the side pocket, unless I measured incorrectly, which is clearly a possibility, but when I hit harder, that means I'm going to cut the outbound angle shorter, which explains why I ended up cutting that 7 ball really thin instead of hitting it as full as I want to be able to kick it into the side pocket. So you got to be careful when you're kicking or banking with the speed and spin that you might have on the cue ball. That was cool. Hey, Keith, thank you so much for following me on Facebook. I'm trying to really see, did I hit the rail first and then kick from behind, or did I just undercut the ball? Or did I overcut the ball? Because, like, it doesn't look like the 7 ball hits the short rail, does it? So I'm trying to, like, how did I get behind it, essentially? Because you can see that I kicked the 7 ball away from the, or the 7 ball goes away from the short rail. But that right there, that looks like I hit the ball first. So I managed to get on the opposite side of the ball and cut it away from the short rail. Massively overcut the ball. Good shot there. Oh, that ball happened to fall. All right. And my opponent takes that one down. Scores look good here. My opponent needs 28 to my 41. I'm still behind. Okay, 3 ball down, 5 ball down. With position on the 1. This is always a good position to be in right after the break. So that one, it looked like he kind of just rolled in. Fires the bank shot into the cross side pocket. Doesn't really get rewarded, though, because the 4 ball's blocked. Good hit, though. Cue ball sneaks its way out, so at least I have a shot at the 4 ball. I can actually appreciate this instead of trying to land in this window here. I like the way that I shot that one. It's like I'm following forward for the 7. I'm going to try to get short side position. That's what I tried. So I'm more than likely going to play safe here. You see, I love watching myself when I start shaking my head like this. Like, come on, how did I not get the position that I wanted? Oh, that looks like I might be going for it. Nope, that's a safety. Did I land in the window? Ooh, full cue jump shot. Full cue jump shot. So my safety pays off. Ooh. Not sure I like this. Well, I guess I have to live with that. I've already seen him make a couple of good bank shots. What's one more? No hesitation. Just immediately back banks the ball in. I like it. Here's an interesting scenario. How many of y'all go for the corner pocket? How many of y'all go for the side pocket? My opponent likes the side pocket and overcuts the ball. And I'm able to take that one down. I caught up yet? Click that one. My opponent needs 23 to my 36. I'm still trailing. Ooh, I accidentally crossed the rack on that one. I get a little fortunate though since I dropped the one ball. Oh, I went ahead and went for it. Did I get a little lucky? Nope, the 2-ball leaks out. Billy Jack, I would agree with you that my opponent does play pretty good and pretty fast. And I would say that speed, that pace that he plays at, I think kind of has a little bit of a negative impact on his game overall. Just my opinion, though. I think he could benefit from slowing down a little bit. Just a little bit. Curious if I was trying to go for the 9-ball on that one. Almost makes another bank shot. Okay, 2 to the 3 was pretty natural. Probably a stop shot here to go from the 3 to the 4. A little bit of draw, same thing. And maybe just a gentle roll to take the 5 in the opposite pocket. So I think what happened there is I have my other camera on the other table. And so I think one of my teammates' matches finished, so I went and shut the camera off. Yeah, that's what I tried to do. The 4-ball or the 5-ball should be going in the opposite pocket. Might actually make the 9-ball as well. as I'm trying to play position for the 6. I got draw on the ball, so maybe I'm not going to try to make the 9. Yeah. Wow. The heck was that all about? Seriously. That's bottom right spin to do that. Holy cow. I'm just surprised I just didn't roll that in. I guess I was trying to still maximize my points. I don't know why I would actually do that. Like today, I don't know why I would actually do that. Okay, that was a rolling spin, rolling shot with right spin. Definitely going to draw back for the 8. I might go to the rail and spin out, actually, it looks like. Yeah, go to the rail and spin out. Definitely want to make sure that I'm on the underside of the 8 ball, so that way when I shoot this, I get natural position for the 9 ball. Oh, but I was on the wrong side, so I have to do this 3 railer. Okay. Where are we at now? 28 to 23. I'm getting closer. I'm trailing by by 5 points now. Oh, that was a flat break, so never mind. But I don't make a ball. Probably didn't mean to hit it as flat as he did, because I think he wanted to use this short rail to get position on the 2 ball. Nice little swerve there to get a good hit on the 2. Got a little lucky with the safety. I think there's enough room for me to kick over here and maybe back cut the 2 ball in, unless I'm going to kick to the short rail. Yeah, kick to the short rail. Don't really like the results that I got there. Good shot on the 2. Oh, that was interesting. Hang on a second. How many of y'all do this? I talked about this in my last video. When your cue goes off to the side like that. But we managed to make a 3-9 billiard. And at least 5 dead balls. Or there we go, that's right. Okay, my opponent breaks dry. I have to line up for a 1-3 combination. And I overcut the combo, so that didn't work. Switching up for a left-handed shot. 1-3 combo. That's what he tried. Ooh, am I in the window? I am. All right, so I was able to play the 1-3 combination, going through the window with position on the one ball. Even on a 7-foot table, my 5'5" self needs the bridge. Lots of inside spin on that one to hold position for the 2 ball. What am I doing here? Looks like a center ball. Am I just going to roll it in? Nope, I'm letting the cue ball go down table, back up. Looks like I got position on the 4 ball. The cut is thin enough to where I think, or never mind, it looks like I'm putting bottom spin on the ball. Oh, never mind, I was good there. That's what I was wondering, if I was going to come to the short rail and back out. So that all worked the way I initially thought. I just couldn't tell from the camera angle if I was here or if I was here. Is this a 3-railer? That's what it is. Those are so pretty to watch. Just watching the cue ball just kind of like dance around the table like that. I think similar to this, I think I'm gonna stun deep into the corner pocket and get on the short side of the 7, maybe. Well, don't scratch though. Yeah, see, I wanted to get somewhere right here to shoot the 7 up here, 8 in the side, and then 9 in the corner, but wasn't expecting the scratch. So 6 ball's gone, and that's a dead ball since I fouled on it. I like this decision here, but how many of y'all would put the cue ball on the other side and draw for a position on the 8 versus what my opponent did and follow position on the 8? I know there's got to be some of y'all out there that would probably draw into position. Oh, and so with my scratch, my opponent was able to catch those last few points. He only needs 14 to my 21. Getting close. Oop, want to miss his break. Uh-oh. Ooh, the 9 ball almost went. Jeez, 3 balls on the break. 1, 3, and the 4. No fear on the bank shot and gets a good leave out of it too. I was able to see the ball. Do I get a safety out of it? Oh, I get a lockup safety out of it. I can't tell if this path is open. It's not a natural path. You have to spin this way. So he spun a lot and ended up hitting over here. I don't know if this route is available. Like, I don't know if I just locked it up that good. So just a gentle roll shot on the 2 ball, position on the 5. Probably just another gentle roll shot from the 5 to the 6. Probably will push to the side rail and back out, so I probably have a twist of left spin on here. So that way the 8-ball doesn't come into play. Same thing, push to the side rail with some left spin for position on the 8. Kind of like that. And am I flat enough to just roll this ball in, or am I going to go around the 9? Nope, I'm flat enough. Clearly, I would have liked to have been straighter slash flatter, so that way I don't have to end up with this cut shot. There we go. Okay, that looks right as far as the score. So now it's 14-11. I'm 3 points behind. It has taken me all game to catch up here. Hey, there we go. I made a ball. 2 balls. With position on the 1 ball. So the 3 balls down and the 5 ball is down. Can I run this one? This looks runnable. Top spin, go to the short rail and back up, avoiding the 6. Oh, boatload of left spin. Never mind. Like I have position on the 2. The cue ball is probably going to go back and forth for position on the 4. And like this. Uh-oh. So I hit just a little too hard. The 9 ball is sitting right here, so I'm probably going to try to bank this over here and either make the 9 or make the 4. Pretty sure that's what I'm trying. And I didn't even hit the 9 ball. As you can see, we get distracted from another player practicing on the other table. Good shot there. Seven-9 combo. 7-9 combo. So my 10 to his 7. Oh, geez, I'm still 3 balls behind. Makes a ball on the break. Tries to make the bank shot. Hasn't been really fortunate with the bank shots in the latter part of the game. He was nailing those bank shots earlier. Looks like I have to do a 1-5 combination. Successful there. With shape on the 1 ball. Here I think I'm going to spin the cue ball to go in between the 7 and the 9 for the 3 on the opposite side. Just like this. That was actually done with, what was it, top spin and some right spin to kill the angle off the rail. Oh, what the heck am I doing here? Well, that was interesting. Am I about to attempt my favorite shot? I would think not. This is risky at the end, or am I going to cut it? Oh, I went for the cut. My favorite shot would have been to cut cross bank it to the opposite side pocket. Oh, he rattles the ball. Let's look at this again, though. Questionable. Yep, you can see that he barely clips the 8-ball right there, but too close to call, I guess. In the heat of the moment. I was lining up for a 6-7 combination there. I don't make the combination. At least I get a little fortune on the leave, though. And I don't even know if the bank is open on that one, or if the 7-ball blocks part of the bank path. And I think it did. Whew! All right. I have an opportunity to steal this rack. There's currently, what, 5 points left on the table, and I need 6. My opponent needs 7, and I need 6. I actually have the lead here. Okay, a little bit of bottom right on that one to go 2 rails around for the 7. Probably some top right spin. Bring the cue ball near where it's at now. Or, yeah, I didn't like it. Like, I spun it so much that I ended up putting myself on the short rail, and I don't like that. I wanted the cue ball to be like right here. I have to just try to roll this in. I think I'm going to clip the 9 as well. Kind of like that. Oh, looks like I'm not going to try to bank this one. This is a safety coming up. All right, and the decisions like this, if my opponent banks that ball in, my hat goes off to them. Right? I'm not attempting to make a hero shot at this critical moment, even though I only need 3 points, and just give and accidentally give the 9-ball away. I'd rather my opponent earn the 9-ball. Right? Bam! He nails it, right? So he earned that as far as I'm concerned. Race to 3-5. Here we go. Oh, he makes the 5-ball. Ooh, but I can't tell if he could see the 1. Oh, he couldn't see it. He tried to bank it. Oh, but he fluked the 3-ball in. Oh, no. Let's see. It's a race to 3. He can't see the 1. Oh, this is risky. Ooh, I've got ball in hand. All I need is the 1, 2, and the 4, and that's it. This is another go to the side rail and back out. Yep. So I'm nice and flat on the 2-ball. That way I can just play a stop shot. Nice and flat on the 4-ball. Maybe those were the last 2 points. I don't remember. But man, I was able to take that one down. Boy. Let me double check what the matchup was. That's 8. That's the 8-ball score. Go back to here. What was the official score? Oh, I had it right. 75 to 52 on that one. Goodness gracious. So I was at least able to take this 7 down and the game was mighty freaking close. I can only hope that as time goes by, like this stuff starts to change a little bit to where I can have more control over the match. So during this time frame, like I said, this is when I was still playing in kind of like my slumping area, where, you know, my cue ball control wasn't where it needed to be. My shot making ability wasn't where it needed to be. Which caused me to make a whole bunch of mistakes. This is a good question. When I'm playing, do I like to keep track of my score or my opponent's score? Well, generally speaking, I typically don't like to know what the score is for myself or my opponent. I don't usually I won't ask for it until much later in the game. Like I'm wanting to know like how much like I'm at least aware of who's making what. So like I might be aware that I might be down or I might be aware that I might be up depending upon how the pace of the match is actually going. But at the end of every rack, both teams basically do try to sync up the scores. So sometimes they might shout the scores at one another. So I might hear it from time to time. But generally speaking, I don't like to know until I think I need to know. As in, if I'm really close to winning or if my opponent is really close to winning. Because most of the time, I like to just be in the moment and then just try to handle whatever opportunities I'm able to handle. Gary Haas, no question is stupid. You're wanting to know how the scoring works. In APA 9-ball, every ball is worth a point, and the 9-ball is worth 2 points. So in every rack, you have an opportunity to score up to 10 points. If there's ever a foul committed when a ball or balls are dropped, those points are what's called dead balls. So nobody ends up getting those points. And if you were to combo the 9-ball in early, for example, and then there are balls left on the table, well, whoever made that 9-ball gets those 2 points, and all the other balls that are left on the table remain as dead points. Nobody gets those points. You just pretty much just end up racking. And then based on your skill level, you just race to a certain number of points. Me playing as a skill level 9, I had to go to 75. My opponent is a skill level 7, so he only had to go to 55. That's how the APA scoring system works. So, like I said, not a whole lot really on here. It just kind of factored more into just, you know, cue ball control, shot making abilities. I at least attempted to play some safes where I thought safes were necessary. Sometimes I was rewarded, sometimes I wasn't rewarded. But when it comes to my opponent, I would definitely want to basically say that maybe you might want to consider just slowing the pace down just a little bit. And mainly just so that you're more aware of what it is that you might be trying to do and that way you can put more focus into the current shot, and then hopefully the execution of the transition into the next shot. It's just my opinion that I think my opponent plays just a little too fast. And I think that could be part of his downfall. And if any of y'all out there think that y'all play at a similar speed, I'd only be curious if you have similar issues with that. So hopefully what you saw here helps you out. All right. One more match, folks. One more match. But before I get to that match, I'll be right back. And while I take my intermission break, look who decided to come say hello. For those that don't know, this is my miniature schnauzer, Link. He just wanted to come say hi to everybody. I have no idea where my cat is at. Zelda's probably just hiding somewhere in the house. Say hi to everybody. Now my live stream gets to have 1 million views because there's a cute puppy on there. He's only a year old, or just over a year, and probably a year and three or 4 months of the sorts. So he's still just a baby, but he's a good boy. All right, you done? Come on, boy. Come on. Okay. Well, first off, I want to be able to thank everybody that has been that's been here from the beginning. I'm going on 4 hours and 20 minutes of a live stream, and I've got one more match that I want to get through, which basically cuts a lot of of the videos that I have stored up in half. So that way, hopefully, I can knock out the rest of them of the matches for 2023 the next time I plan on going live. So I'm not going to really waste any time. Let's go ahead and roll into the next match here as I set up the scoreboard. And we should be good to go. And here we are. Same night, playing up against the same guy that I just got done playing. Except now we're going to play 8-ball, race to 5. And it looks like I win the break here. So as you can see, the dynamic is a little different between playing 8-ball versus playing 9-ball. I mean, maybe I should say that the strategies are definitely different. Lost control of my pop break. That's been happening to me a lot lately. And again, that goes back to the alignment issue that I was talking about, which is very similar to the alignment issue that I was having on one particular shot that was kind of straight in, and I cut it to the side rail. And I've been able to visualize and see the alignment better lately. So I would hope that my next couple of pop breaks that I might try, it depends, because lately in 2024, for the matches that I've been playing lately, I've been doing the second ball break more than trying to do the pop break. But we can see here my opponent is making short work of his stripes here. But this looks like where his run comes to an end here. What is he going to do with this this layout here? Oh, what a shot. Holy cow. But that might not have been to any benefit, really. Good shot. Right? This running 5 balls off the table in general is all well and good, but if you don't finish the table, then it's really almost all for nothing. So I'd be willing to venture to say that I played that 2 ball, and then now I'm done. Am I going to play safe on the 6 and tuck the cue ball behind the 3? No, it looks like I'm playing it. What am I going to do with my 4 ball? I got to figure out something to do with this 4 ball. Or do I play safe now? Yeah, there we go. So I decided to play safe then. Because I currently don't have a plan for my 4-ball. So I want to leave more options on the table. You know, if my opponent happens to get a hit and hits one of those 2 stripes, then all well and good. I've got 5 options on the table rather than cutting off all of my options. That almost opened up my 4-ball. I'm going to play safe again. I don't think I'm ready to attack yet. Okay, go ahead and make the ball. What am I going to do? Oh, really? I must be in attack mode. Yep, I'm in attack mode. That was a stop shot. So hopefully I can play this 7 and get short side position on the 4-ball. And I didn't get it. So the only thing I can do here is play safe. I'm going to roll the cue ball behind the 8. Well, that's at least what I tried. So it looks like my opponent can see his 10-ball, but I don't think he can make it. I think the 8-ball at least blocks the path to make the 10, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't think it was makeable there. So I think I have no choice in this position here but to try to bank the 4-ball and try to get out from here. There, I went for the bank, but I banked wide. So this could cost me the rack here. Good shot. There's got a bit of a cut angle here, so it makes me wonder if the 8-ball is going to go in this pocket here. And he's asking me, you know, do you want me to, do I want him to mark the pocket or call the pocket? I told him he can call the pocket. Yeah, so that ends up allowing him to win the rack there. I'm down 1-0. All because of that 4-ball. There's a nice flat break. Doesn't look like my opponent made anything, though. Oh, no, I don't see the 5-ball. So he must be solids. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, he's solids. Ooh, good shot on the 2-ball. So now we go back and ask the same exact question that I asked in the last 8-ball match. What do we do here? We have a plan here. And if we do have a plan, why aren't we addressing this as soon as possible? And if we basically determine that we're not able to address it, then we probably shouldn't have shot those other balls off the table. Okay. Let's see, 4-3-7. These balls are gone. Another inning. Yeah. How many of y'all think of that strategy from time to time? Go back and look. What are my options here? Right? I could have hit any one of these balls that are just wide out in the open, but what do I decide to do? I decided to take one of his balls off the table because of this. Right? He's already put himself in a bad scenario by taking balls off the table. I'm going to go ahead and help him out, but I'm going to do it in such a way where I don't foul. And I end up cutting off his options. And it may look like I'm losing this rack, but I'm actually in a very favorable position. So, Gary Haas in APA, you play what you make on the break unless you happen to make at least one of each ball. So if you make just solids, you end up being solids. If you make just stripes, you end up being stripes. If you make a solid and 2 stripes, you've made one of each. So the table would still be open. Just like if you make 2 solids and 1 stripe, the table would still be open. Other types of leagues, there is the option of when you make a ball on the break, the table is still open. It just doesn't work that way in the APA format. Okay, spun that in with some left spin on there. Now I'm curious because that last shot kind of messed this stuff up. So am I going to end up attacking the entire table, or am I going to duck at some point? Interesting. What am I thinking about here? This is why I like watching myself play, because I really question myself on what the heck am I trying to do here? Like, why am I running these balls off the table? Oh, does the 15 go on the side? No, then I decided to play safe. He can't shoot the 7 ball. He has to bridge over my ball to shoot the 4 ball. This is a decent position to be in. Nice answer back. There we go. Good kick for myself. I really liked where I left the cue ball. Oops. How many of y'all have done that before? Looks like my opponent spaced there a bit and didn't realize that he was shooting at stripes when he was supposed to be solids. This is where you start to question, should I have said something? That always comes up. That always comes up for debate. Right? You sit there and look. So here's the interesting part. Here's my opponent. I mean, it looks like he's looking at me. Right? He just saw me kick the 15 ball. I don't commit a foul. And then look where I go off up. I'm way back here. And if memory serves correctly, from this, even from my viewpoint, I can't tell which ball he's shooting at until I saw that. And then I actually do shout. I was like, hey, wrong ball. And then he realizes it. It's a real touchy scenario, really. A lot of the times, if I can help it, I do try to let my opponent know, hey, wait a minute, what are you doing? You're shooting the wrong ball. And then a lot of times it just gets away. So my dog's back here to visit. Come here. Oh, want to review the next rack? Oh. Let's see what happens in the next rack. You tell everybody what I'm about to do. Didn't really get much of a pop on that one, but the cue ball just rolled right through, and it looked like it was a dry break. Yeah, I don't think he was trying to cut the 7 ball, because when I said wrong ball, I remember the look on his face, like, oh my gosh, like he just basically spaced on that one and literally shot the wrong ball. So here it looks like my opponent's stripes on this one. This is actually looking pretty good for my opponent here. Holy cow. Well, if the 14 sneaks past that 6, I mean, this is one way to answer back from a mistake like that. Holy cow, he just capitalized on my dry break. That puts my opponent up 2-1. Okay, my opponent scratches on the break. Here in the APA format, when you scratch on the break, the cue ball starts behind the head string and you have to shoot at a ball past the head string. Other types of league formats, it's pretty much just ball in hand anywhere. Looks like I like stripes. Looks like I'm going to break up this stuff. Yep. A lot of stuff like that comes from all the straight pool that I play, where I look at opportunities to be able to break out clusters and then have insurance shots to go with it in case something goes wrong. Okay, 13 ball down, position on the 15. Outside of the APA, I would have to say BCA. That's because that's pretty much all that I have in my area. There is Napa in my area as well, but I tried Napa Scotch doubles, Jack and Jill Scotch doubles before, and I wasn't fond of it at all. Like the format of Napa is heavily weighted for lower ranked players, which more power to them. But like if I have to win a match, 9-2, then like that, to me, that just gets kind of ridiculous. So of the league formats that we have in this area here, it would be BCA outside of APA. So am I capitalizing on my opponent's scratch just like how my opponent capitalized on my dry break? Because as long as I can get position from this 10 to the 8, yeah, like that. My opponent capitalized on me when I broke dry. I'm capitalizing on him when he scratched on the break. There we go. I tie it all back up. This is a decent pop, but the cue ball goes off to one side, which means I didn't hit the head ball square. And I broke dry. So let's see if my opponent can capitalize on this one. Okay, good shot there. I think the only ball that's in question is going to be this one. So I'm really curious as to what he's going to do with it. So, hey, Tom, thanks so much for stopping by on Facebook, man. I really do appreciate it. Oh, barely rattled that ball there. So we got the 10, 14, 11, and the 9. Hey, Night Stalker, thanks so much for joining here. This is the APA format. We're playing 8 ball, and both of us are skill level 7, so that's why it's a race to 5. And the score is currently 2-2 when you joined. All right, so now we look at this and go, okay, I've got an issue here, and then maybe an issue here, depending upon if I want to play a combo. Now, I have an opportunity to address this issue using the 2-ball. So I'm only curious if that's what I'm going to attempt to do. Let's find out. Or am I going to attempt to address this issue using the 2-ball with inside spin? See what I mean? So there, I've solved that issue. So that was done with top left. So that way when I hit the rail, I spun over this way. So now I got to figure out how to address this issue. Unless the 1 ball goes cleanly into this corner pocket, which, I mean, it doesn't look like it. It is pretty much a center ball hit, Gary, but it's with an elevated cue, so it kind of like causes my cue ball to like skip its way over to the rack, and I want the cue ball to strike the rack when it's off the table, because that's what causes the pop to actually occur. Uh-oh. Clearly I don't like that. What am I going to do from here? Oh, wait. 1 ball's still on the table. It's the 2 ball. It's gone. Okay, good shot on the 5. Seriously, what the heck am I going to do with the what? Well, I might be able to address it now. I don't like the pattern that I did to be able to do this. I'm curious. I'm going to do this. Oh, massive spin on that one. Maybe it does go over here. Okay, it must. If I'm aiming up like that. Okay. That was done with some top left spin, so that way I can 2-rail position for the 3 ball. This is probably also going to be shot with top left spin, so I can go to the short rail and kind of back out this way. Cue ball's going to go up like this and then spin back this way. See it? And that way I'm nice and flat on the 8 ball in the corner. Because without the spin, actually, let's go back and look at this. Without the spin, we can see this is how the cue ball behaves. Because it goes to the rail like this, and if this is the angle it goes into the rail, you reflect that, and that's the angle it's going to come off of the rail, and I would have a harder shot on the 8 ball. But because I shoot it with top left spin, I'm able to change the outbound angle of that first rail, and then just pretty much come back down at the same angle that it was going into to give me the position that I have on the 8. And I retake the lead, 3-2. There's another bad pop break. Very common thing that I do when I'm not breaking good, quote unquote good, losing control of the cue ball and scratching in the side pocket like that. Okay, my opponent likes stripes. Okay, good shot. Oh, a little too close for comfort there. We definitely want to use maybe this ball or this ball to break out this 14 ball if we're going to attack the entire rack. So I'm curious to know if my opponent has that in mind. All right, so here he can use maybe the 15 ball with some right spin. Oh, not if he's elevated over the ball. Yeah, that would have been risky because that almost would have been a mass ace shot. So never mind. But we're back to the same thing where if you're in this position, it's not the greatest position to be in. Right? You've taken balls off the table. Does the 8 pass the 7? Because this is going to be critical here to make this 11 and get position on the 14. Oh, but he overcuts the ball. So now I'm in the same position because I don't think my 5 goes. It looks like his 14 might go, but now I got to break out my 5. So I take a minute to try to figure out how I'm going to do that quickly. Looks like I'm going to shoot the 4. More than likely go from the 4 to the 1. Just like this. Now, does that mean I'm going to address this right now? Because if I'm successful at breaking this apart, I have my 6 ball here as an insurance shot, and I have my 2 ball as an insurance shot, just in case I don't get position on the 5. I'm not sure about all that, but at least I broke it apart, and there I am with position on the 2 ball. This is still an issue, though. Oh, I decided to take the 7, so that way I can open the pocket up for the 3. Ooh, I wonder. Yeah, I didn't like that. So I wonder, at this point here, this is where I'm going to play a stop shot on the 6. So that way I can have this type of an angle on the 3, and then probably use the 3 to try to get position on this 5. If things don't go exactly the way I want, then I've got this 2 ball as a backup shot. Let's see if that happens. This is probably going to be a rolling cue ball with some right spin. Wait, never mind. Am I drawing the ball? Okay, there we go. But never mind. Never mind. This is where I go against even my own advice sometimes, depending upon the layout of the table. I saved the most troublesome ball for the end. Right? Not the most idealistic thing to do. But I was able to make it. Probably something that I wouldn't attempt to do again unless the layout of the table absolutely makes me do it. Or my cue ball control makes me go that route as well. And with that 8 ball, I'm on the hill. Every once in a while, the most troublesome ball ends up being the last ball that you do have to shoot at. Every once in a while. But if you can help it, you definitely want to try to address it as soon as possible. All right, let's see if I can make the 8 on the break. Not quite. But it does look like I made a stripe. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Looks like the 15 ball is down. All right, so we just keep rinsing and repeating the process. What in the world am I going to do here? And usually I try to formulate a plan before I even shoot my first shot. Don't know what's happening here. All right. I don't remember what happened there. A little dialogue there. What the heck am I doing with this 11 ball? Okay. What was that all about? I think at this point here, all of my principles and guidelines are out the window, and I'm trying to run this rack. Maybe not. As I aggressively bank that ball in. Now what am I going to do? Well, I guess I tried to play some sort of a defensive shot there. I don't think you'd have to play a 7-2 combination. Or play that safety. What a shot. So I get to kick at my 13 ball because that's the closest ball there. Get a rail. All right, so I don't commit a foul. So what was once my troublesome spot right here has now moved to being the troubled ball. Because I think the 13 goes into the side. This clearly has its options, so this is the only ball that has its limitations now. Okay, 5 ball down, good shot. Now, unless I'm mistaken, it would appear that my opponent does play at a little bit of a slower pace when he plays 8 ball versus when he plays 9 ball. Would y'all agree? His pace doesn't seem to be as rapid. Good shot on the 1. Got a nice little bump on the 6, but it doesn't look like it was enough. I don't think the 6 bounced enough. Oh, it did. Oh, and I don't think that bump helped him out. I think if he wouldn't have touched the 8 ball, my 13 ball wouldn't have blocked the path. Yeah, I think he has to bank this 4 ball. Oh, and he ends up fouling. See, now this is interesting here. I really don't see any other pattern for me to try here. You can clearly see the ball that I'm going to shoot at, which is going to be the 13 ball here to go into the side pocket. And if I'm shooting the 13 in the side, my cue ball has to follow forward to get positioned on this 10 ball. I don't think there's any way in the world that I would end up leaving this 10 ball last. I might not want to get flat on the ball, maybe, so that's probably a bad drawing there. I probably would want to be more like somewhere like right around here just to have an angle on the 10 ball so I can come off the rail for the 9. But then the movement that I have to do from the 8 or to get to the 8 to either go here or here, right? Typically, you would think that in 8 ball, this is not the type of pattern that you would want to be able to play. But sometimes you can't help it. The layout of the table sometimes will dictate what you end up having to do. So I'd only be curious if I'm going to be playing the 8 ball in the side pocket or the 8 in the upper left-hand corner. Why did I do that? That was awkward. I pointed right here, so that makes me believe I wanted to shoot the ball in and get position over here. Am I still going to try to do that? I hope I zigzag my way up there. Called this pocket here. Oh, and I bobbled the ball. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, 4 ball goes down. We got a back cut shot on the 8 ball. Oh, and then my opponent bobbles the ball as well. Oh my goodness. And you can see us shaking hands over there in the back. So he ends up forfeiting that rack to me, and I end up winning 5-2. Holy cow. All right, well, there's really not a whole lot that I can say about this match because it kind of goes hand in hand, I think, with the first match that I pretty much reviewed, where, you know, the strategies basically remain the same. When you come to the table, you want to know where every one of your balls are at on the table. You want to be able to identify how many trouble spots are on the table. And if there's too many, then that should be a clear signal to you that you're probably not going to run the table. I don't care how good you are. So therefore, you have to come up with a plan to where you might make a ball or two, maybe, but then you're going to play some sort of safety. Now, sometimes maybe you can't play safe in regards to like tucking the cue ball because, you know, your opponent has all of the other balls left on the table for them to hit. So the safety might end up being pushing one of your balls to a pocket and blocking that pocket from your other opponent's balls in hopes that you come back to the table. Because otherwise, if there's only like maybe 1 trouble spot or maybe 2 trouble spots and the layout of the table grants you opportunities to be able to solve them, then you want to be able to try to solve them as soon as possible. So that way, all of your other balls that are not in trouble, they serve as backup shots. So when you're trying to deal with a cluster or a trouble spot and you successfully do it to where you kind of knocked it the cluster and knocked your ball out in the open, but you don't have a shot at that ball, maybe all of your other balls you will have a shot at, so that way you can continue a run. Because you've seen instances from my opponent where they saved their most trouble spot to the very end, and they weren't able to hit the transition that they needed. So one could clearly argue that if you do happen to hit that transition and then still get out, well, that's all well and good. I would just be willing to bet, could you do it again if we were to set up the same exact layout? But then again, just like you saw in my rack, sometimes you have to do it that way. Sometimes. There might have been another way for me to run that pattern where I didn't have to save my most troublesome ball to the end. But at the time, I certainly didn't see it. And I don't remember even really seeing it here in the review either. So it just really depends. It just really depends. And then, of course, 9-ball kind of works the same way, to where it's like, if there's trouble spots on the table, that probably prevents you from running. So you're going to end up running to where you play a safety. Because otherwise, you really just need to figure out how you're going to manipulate, work your angles to be able to try to run the table as well. So all I can say is I hope everybody was able to enjoy this, learn from it. And then I learned a couple of things as well that I can still be able to apply today. Because a lot of the stuff that I did during these matches, I don't particularly play that way as often anymore. I'm a little bit more conservative when I play nowadays. So yeah, that's pretty much going to end things for the night. 5 hours of live streaming to go through 4 matches. Man, all I can really say is, for those that stuck with me to the end here, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. I'm probably gonna try to go live again this coming Sunday. To maybe try to knock out the other 4 matches that I have left for 2023. So that way I can start looking at 2024 matches, where I do believe I'm playing a little bit better, especially after being able to work on my stroke, work on my mental game, because this was all after Demetrius, my coach Demetrius had came down to visit with me, and then show me some stuff. And if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, just look at some of the previous live streams that are pretty much titled Training with Demetrius, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. But once again, I want to thank everybody for being here. If you haven't done so already, please give this stream a thumbs up, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. It really doesn't matter. If you're watching on Facebook, then consider sharing the stream to your Facebook profile, so that way your friends and family can get to know me and maybe gain an interest in pool. And then, of course, maybe share it to any of your favorite pool groups. On YouTube, liking the stream helps me out in the YouTube algorithm, so that way more people can discover the stream after the fact. So that's always going to be helpful. So it is currently 1 a.m. Central Standard Time here in Central Texas here. So I'm pretty exhausted. So one more time, thanks everybody for being here, and have a good night.